Respected District 20 Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Mona Alokab, District 20 Program Quality Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Yasser Al-Kasher, District 20 Club Door Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Seha Mohammed, Division D Director, Toastmaster Prajwal Ditekapa, District 20 Club Officers Training, Event Chair, Toastmaster Saiju Sam George, Immediate Past District 20 Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Khalid Abdullah, all club area.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. Shall I repeat?
Start from club area.
All club area and division leaders of District 20, fellow Toastmasters and esteemed guests, a warm good morning to one and all. Welcome you all to District 20 Club Officers Training for the term 2023-2024. I'm Toastmaster Sijilal, your Chief Sergeant terms of this gratifying virtual training session. I would like to begin by stating the mission of Toastmasters, which bind us all together. We empower individuals to become more effective communicators and leaders, and to provide a mutually supportive and positive learning environment in which every member has the opportunity to develop communication and leadership skills, which in turn fosters self-confidence and personal growth. To conduct this event seamlessly, kindly follow some ground rules. Keep your microphone muted when you are not speaking, and keep your camera on throughout the entire event, and refrain from movements while the camera is on. Now let us all remind ourselves of the core values of Toastmasters International, that is integrity, respect, service, and excellence. With those core values, let us proceed with the program. As you all know, the entire program has been divided into two segments. The first segment will be having the workshops, and the second will be having the training session for club officers. For training session, different breakout rooms have been created by the IT moderators, and you will be requested to join the respective breakout rooms prior to the training session. All club officers are requested to use the following naming format, that is abbreviation or its composition, your name and club name. This will help the moderators in identifying the participants easily. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead this event successfully, we are privileged to have a truly exceptional individual, a calm and composed leader, a seasoned technologist, currently serving as an ICT manager in a bank. He is a present public relations manager of Division I, as well as past Division B admin and IT manager and VP education of PGF Club. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Toastmaster Saiju Sam George, the event chair of District 20 Club Officers Training for the term 2023-2024. Toastmaster Saiju, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sergeant at Arms. We have the honor of welcoming esteemed individuals. District 20 Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Mona Al-Ukab, District 20 Program Quality Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Yasser Al-Kasser, District 20 Club Growth Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Sia Mohammed, Division D Director, Toastmaster Prajwal Ditikopa. Greetings to all dynamic Toastmasters, friends, and guests. Good morning. I hereby declare the District 20 Club Officers Training Season 1 to order. Club Officers Training is where you will have the opportunity to learn from the experienced leaders and trainers who will guide you through the best practices and strategies for effective club management. Despite the short notice of only 1 week, an event like this is only possible when a group of people come together and form a strong team. And we were having a small but strong, dedicated set of Toastmasters who were tirelessly working for the last 1 week. On a Friday morning, having around 188 participants, the members, is only because of our public relation team led by Toastmaster Sumesh Manimel, the IT and registration in charge team led by Toastmaster Rusby Bashir. And all this has been made possible by our pillar of strength, Division D Director, Toastmaster Prajwal Ditikopa. As the event chair, I have learned a great deal during this process, and I am grateful to all the leaders for their support. Rest assured, we have a highly experienced and dedicated team that is committed to providing with excellent training today and leaving you equipped with a strong knowledge and strong, solid foundation for your roles in your respective clubs. Now, I would like to introduce a talented software developer, a machine learning and a cybersecurity enthusiast, as well as an IT project manager. She is our master of ceremonies for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me giving a round of applause to Toastmaster Ritu and Roy.
Thank you so much, the event chair, TM Saijo. Greetings, Toastmasters, guests, and the stars of today's show, club officers. Serving as a club officer in a Toastmaster club is an opportunity and a responsibility. In most Toastmaster clubs, we have the executive committee made up of the elected officers and the immediate past president handling the business on behalf of the club. But if you're new into this journey like me, and if you feel a bit intimidated by your role, relax. Not only are you not alone, but also you have a lot of help available, including insights and advice from former club officers. This is a rich opportunity to grow as a leader and a rewarding way to improve members' Toastmasters experience. Effective training for club officers is one of the most critical parts of any district's mission. Club officers training is also a vital means to leadership development. And with that, as we kickstart the first club officers training of District 20 for the term 2023-24, let me invite the compassionate lady boss of District 20. Her excellence in leadership still resonates through her journey in Toastmasters, very evident as the area and division director when she took her capacity and her role to be the #1 in District 20. A weaver of wonder, our district director dreams big for the District 20 family members. DTM Mona Aloka, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremony, Toastmaster Ritu. Let me recognize the presence of the BQD DTM Yasser Al-Gashar, Club Growth Director DTM Siha Muhammad, immediate past District Director DTM Khalid Abdullah, Division D Director DTM Bridgewell. Our event chair for today is Saijo, Toastmaster Saijo. Division directors, area directors, fellow Toastmasters, and guests, a very early good morning to you all. The XCOM training is a crucial opportunity for us to develop our leadership skills, enhance our club experience, and ultimately create a positive impact within our districts. It is a platform where we can learn, cooperate, and inspire each other to reach new heights. Each one of you has the potential to be exceptional leader within your club. Embrace this training with an open mind and willingness to grow. Take advantage of the valuable insights, resources, and support available to you. Keep in mind that leadership is not about a title or a position. It's about taking initiative, fostering teamwork, and empowering others to excel. Together, we can create vibrant, thriving clubs that makes a real difference in our district. As we begin this journey, let us cultivate a spirit of enthusiasm, dedication, and commitment. Let's inspire each other, share our experience, and leverage the collective wisdom of our district members. Dear all, success is not achieved overnight. It is a result of continuous effort, learning, and working together. Be patient with yourself and others, and embrace the challenges as opportunities for growth. This term, we want to continue the sustainable success, and we want to have a wow term, wonder of weavers. I have complete faith in each and every one of you. Let us make the most of this training, a path towards excellence in leadership. Let us work together to have a wow term. Wishing you a best XCOM training. Back to you, our MC.
Thank you so much, DTM Mona, for opening this floor of addresses. Now let me invite Program Quality Director, PQD of District 20, DTM Yasser Al-Kashaf, who holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Chemical Engineering and is working with Banagas for 22 years. Currently the Superintendent Materials and Quality Control. He is one of the founders of the Banagas Toastmasters Club and a proud member of 5 clubs. As we all know, he has served in several positions in Toastmasters from club level, area, division, district, and including being the chair of one of the most successful DTACs ever. The true leader who inspires us to learn with enjoyment, share with passion, and lead by example, let me invite DTM Yasser Al-Kashaf for his PQD address.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, for the great introduction with an inspired and energetic voice from early morning. First of all, let me recognize the presence of our District Director, DTM Mona Al-Aqab, our Club Growth Director, DTM Saham, IBDD. I cannot say IBDD, but it's my big brother, Senior Haji Tasma, DTM Khalid Abdallah, Division D Director, DTM Bridgewall, Event Chair, DTM Sajo, Office Member of District 20, and leaders, Division Directors and Area Directors, clubs, office, dignitaries, boss, and new leaders of District 20. It is my pleasure to work with you this term as a PQD. And for the first workshop that we have, the first quote for our office. Thank you for the team. To be honest, from early morning, 8 o'clock, we reach 214 participants coming early morning to learn, to share their knowledge. We have a great trainers and leaders who will give us a lot of information today to start our journey for 2023-2024. We work here together as one team to reach our goals as a District 20 and continue our legacy. for District 20. Here we are coming to learn from each other. It is, so for some people, it is just a reminder of the roles and how we will work together. We set a plan for our District 20 to continue the sustainability success with WOW term, as our district director mentioned. So from BQD teams and all the leaders here, we are here to support you, to work with you for reaching your goal, continue the quality of the clubs, and continue amazing term 2023-24 to continue what we aim for it, to have reaching the member their goal, the clubs, they continue their journey and in a quality manner, and invite more Toastmasters to learn from the experience that we have. I saw the red light, so I will not continue. It is good. And we said we need to finish. I know it is Friday and the people a lot of things. So all the best, take care. And thank you for the organizing committee of Division D and with the event chairs, with all members. We worked for the last maybe 2 or 3 weeks continuous. And I can see the result here. We are now 219 and it will reach more. So thank you, and back to our amazing MC.
Thank you so much, DTM Yasser Alkasha. Next, I would like to invite someone with 3 sentences. I hope you all can recognize who she is. Egyptian by birth, teacher by profession, Toastmaster by passion. Yes, it is the D20 Club Growth Director, CGD DTM Seham Mohammed. Having joined Toastmasters in 2017, she has served her organization in various positions as area director, division director, the previous term's club retention chair, and yes, this term CGD. Highly energetic, motivated, supportive, enthusiastic, and empathetic Toastmasters. That was a lot of adjectives, but they all hold true. You will find her always smiling at you. She rarely says no when it comes to support. DTM Seham Mohammed, please address the audience.
Thank you so much, MC, for the warm welcoming. And let me start with a recognition of the presence of DT, District 20 Director, DTM Mona Al-Uqab, BQD District Club Director, DTM Yasser Alkasha. Actually, I can't see the other directors, but I believe that all the dignitaries are here in District 20. And a blessed morning to you all, and to our man of the day, DDD, TM Bridgewell. Well done, organizers, team, trainers, everyone here. A very blessed morning to you. I know that I am the CGD, and it is the CGD role is always numbers, right? I'm always going to talk about numbers. Do you believe that? Yes, it's the truth. I will talk about numbers, but I believe that numbers that we are going to collect with love, with unity, with a lot of passion and support in order to make our district achieve its growth. And of course, achieve the vision that we are going to be successful and sustain this success all over and over again, not only this term, but inshallah in the coming terms as well. As the CGD, I congratulate you all for the starting of the term with a very powerful code training. As DTM Yasser said, yes, there was a lot of working of the team. I was just witnessing from a distance, but everyone was working with love. And this is the result. One more love I want from you is to work in the early bird renewal. That's one, we should speed a little bit for it in order to gain two things. The first one, that we are going to pay the fees with less of $15 increasing fees in August 2023. Plus, we will have the awards. That's the Bronze Award, the Silver Award, and the Gold Award. Of course, I know that some clubs have reached already the Bronze, but I wish if we can make more and more and more in order to achieve our aim, that to be 100% at the end of 31st of July. With all love.
Saham, you are muted. Can you?
Yes, I was muted. I guess because it's the red. Okay, anyway, I will leave you with the sentence that I believe in. United, we grow. So with love, we are going to grow. Over to you, MC, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, DTM Saham. Next, I would like to invite the pillar of strength. And if you've heard this term from TM Saiju's address, you're absolutely right, because he indeed is the mastermind, the pillar of strength, supporting each one of us behind today's show. Division D Director, TM Prajwal Ditekopa. Toastmaster since 2015, he's a civil engineer, postgraduate in advanced construction management, PMP certified, interior designer, and garden designer. He is the immediate past Area 15 Director and current Division D Director, TM Prajwal Ditekopa. Please address the audience.
Thank you, MC Toastmaster Ritu, for wonderful words of introduction. Dear District Director, DTM Mona Alakab, District 20 Program Quality Director, DTM Yasser Al-Kasha, District 20 Club Grow Director, DTM Zeham, IPDD, DTM Khalid Abdullah, all the dignitaries of District 20, all the District 20 Division Directors, fellow District 20 EXCOM members, COT Organizing Committee members, presenters, trainers, and Executive Committee members of all the District 20 Club present here today. Good morning to each one of you. If you hear good voice modulation in my speech, it's because my nose is blocked because of cold. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Albert Einstein once said, "I never teach my people. I just attempt to provide platform in which people can learn." Similarly, Division D team supported by District 20 and all the division directors have decided to set a platform today to train new club officers and new members who are interested to understand more about Toastmasters leadership and get benefits from the Toastmasters training, and pass on the benefits to their club members to create best public speaking platform. So here we are today, early in the morning, on a weekend, out of the bed to give you the best training. Dear ladies and gentlemen, each year, a division used to take responsibility to conduct COT1, and they used to identify the trainers among themselves and conduct the COT. But this year, it's slightly different. All the newly elected division directors have united to be trainers, and they are all eager to give first training of the term. Recently, you all selected the new division leaders, and now it's time they are returning that favor by training you all to be the best club officer leaders. So don't miss this unique opportunity to get your doubts clarified from the experienced trainers. In addition, we have most experienced IPDD and champion speaker and trainer, DTM Faraz Farooq, as workshop presenters. We also have the busiest senior software engineer from Cairo, who has started a new club in Egypt as presenter. I was lucky to have hardworking event chair, Toastmaster Saiju, and his energetic team doing all the background work for this training. Especially, I must appreciate Toastmaster Sumesh and Toastmaster Rusby's team. Overall, it's going to be an interesting and exciting educational training for you all. So please don't look at this training from just DCP point of view. Please try to get the most out of this training. Please remember, we are here to help you.
train you, and see the best version of yourself and ourselves. Agreed? Are you all ready? Can I see some thumbs up? Great. Best wishes to all of you. Enjoy the training, and back to you, MC.
Thank you so much, Division D Director. As we embark on the first chapter of today's event, the workshops, let me introduce DTM Khalid Abdullah. And before that, let me talk about why we have these workshops. Because planning in Toastmasters is essential to success. When a club has a planning process and a plan to follow, the club leaders are better equipped to prepare for the future. A club success plan, for instance, creates a focus for the club, uniting members towards common goals. When everyone works together, it's easier to manage time and resources to position the club for growth. And who is better to introduce this to us? It is the immediate past Division 20 Director, the omnipresent hero, the universal brother of District 20, someone who empowers leaders by just 3 words: commitment, consistency, and care. Yes, I have them by heart because I didn't do the DTAC. Someone who strives relentlessly in leaving behind footprints as a testimony to his great servant leadership. DTM Khalid Abdullah, please talk to us about club success plan and club calendar.
Thank you so much, our amazing Master of Ceremonies, for the lovely introduction. I think after the introduction, my job is done. I don't need to do much after that. District Director, DTM Mona Al-Aqab. Program Quality Director, DTM Haji Yasser Al-Gashar. I think we missed this. Khalas, we forgot about all of that. Club Growth Director, DTM Siha Muhammad. DDD, Toastmaster Bridgewal. An amazing Chairperson, Toastmaster Saju. Office members, Division Directors, Area Directors, past, present, and future officers of District 20. Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for our amazing Program Quality Director for giving me this opportunity to pass a few of my knowledge out of what I learned from Toastmasters over the years. And one important aspect that I really adore is
Muted, Khalid.
Am I audible now? I assume so. So in today's workshop, I will be specifically speaking about 4 aspects: planning before planning, the main topic, of course, the club success plan, calendar, and then success plan synchronization. To start with, what do you see in this photo?
Road.
Okay, road. Now I know that DTM Yasser is the only one who can unmute.
Light ahead.
But okay, light ahead.
A long road to go.
A long road to go. I love that. All of them are right. And that's exactly where we are as officers of District 20. We are just at the beginning of the road. And yes, we see light at the end of that road. But what I'm inviting you here to look at is one single word: vision. If you as an officer can't close your eyes and just visualize how your club would be toward the end of this long journey, a term of 365 days, what do you see? Can you all visualize success? As a president, what do you see the club? How would the members be interacting with each other? as a Vice President of Education, do you see that all of the members fulfilled their goals toward the end of the term? Vice President of Membership, how many of the family members you want to retain and how many of the club members or family members you want to add as well? Public relation, secretary, treasurer, and sergeant at arms. Out of all the plans that we would be setting for ourselves and for the club, first thing that we need to remember is a vision. Once the vision is clear, everything else would just come in place. Planning before planning. And why do I call it planning before planning? Many of us would just have an ExCom meeting or not, I don't know, and jump into the club success plan. But I do invite you, before you do that, let's have some situation and analysis. It's very important to collect some data around the club performance before you move on. So these are just a list of potential data collection points. Past year's club performance. You as a VPE or as a VPM, you need to know what is happening in the past. So chances are history repeats itself. You would definitely achieve excellence. Dashboard reports, moments of truth, that would be covered in a while. Members interest survey, educational progress, DCP target, members attendance, potential members or regular guests. And very important point is the officer's handover. I'm sure all of you right now did the officer's handover from the past year till now. If there are anything that you need to refer to, you can also refer to the officers of last year to get whatever information you need. PR channel reach assessment. Something that maybe not many of the VPPR would be looking at, but yes, you have channels over the years. How many subscription you have in your Instagram? How many subscription you have in Facebook? Which one you need to grow more subscribers? That also is part of your planning. Segmentation, which segment of the whole audience that you want to target this year? And I have few tools to highlight for the VPEs. This is just from my humble experience, of course. There are many other tools that I'm sure collectively we have in here to propose. But the first tool that I really adore is mycrafty.com. There you can enter your club number and it would give you a very nice graphs of the past years on the performance of your club. So as you can see, and I took the permission from Bahrain Society of Engineering here, that's the performance of the club over the years. Of course, COVID came in there. So even the old education system performance was there. I know maybe you would not get much of it, but then again here, which part of the levels or goals that you want to focus on this year that might not have been, you might not have been achieving over the years. And it also gives you more information, statistics, 30% of all clubs in the district, more goals, and so on. Retention, which is very, very important in our district, and I'll cover that in a while. Another important tool is the dashboard. And I'm sure many of you already visited the dashboard, but what I'm highlighting here is the daily report. And there are lists of very lovely report that you can just within a click. And this by the way, got enhanced lately. And one highlight that I'm having here is the educational achievements. So you go there, and within a click, you would be able to get not just your club, but all the clubs in the district. And for those who are fan of Excel sheets, you can also export that and see the performance of your club and the members in the past term. What this gives you as well is that you can also look at dual members. So if you have dual members who may be in multiple clubs, that also would be shown here, the high top performers of last term. Now this is very, and I can't emphasize how important this sheet is. For confidentiality, of course, I removed the names of the individuals, but this is one of the clubs that I am a member of, listing their achievements or listing their level completion. So I can see here that this club have a member with presentation mastery, and he or she is in level 4. And I'll come back to this possible DCB. Level 1, yet to start. So that's maybe a possible DCP that this club might be thinking of. And then it also shows you the pathways enrollment, whether you need to focus also on the pathway for that club. How to get such valuable information as a VPE? There are many venues to do that. Of course, one venue is just to go and call your members and ask them where they are. But if you want to just use the tools that we have in Toastmasters, one amazing tool is the Basecamp. There are multiple reports in there, so you can get into Basecamp and you see the progress of the members within your club. If you want to dig deeper into any of the members that you have within your Basecamp, so you can write the member name, click on the member, go to Paths and Learning, and you can open the path, the current path that is active, and you'll be able to see where that member is at the moment. And maybe if that member is able to award level 4 to the club, you might be able to just ask for permission before you prioritize that member for the club DCP. I know some of the members don't maintain their Basecamp up to date, which is sometimes a bit tricky. And it's always tricky when a DCP or when a VPE think of DCPs and targeting DCPs, because we have Basecamp and we have the Club Central. So I always advise as well, just to have another eye into that and go to the Club Central. And if you attempt to submit educational award, you can just write the member name, and from the member, the award, it would show which awards that is next to be achieved by that member. So that's where you can also prioritize. So if you can see here, some of the levels in here I had on from Club Central, because in that specific club, they are dual members, so their home Basecamp is not set over there. So it is easy for me just to go and get it from the Club Central, but others I managed to get also from Basecamp. What would a VPM use from an analysis tool? Again, there are many, and these are the list that I would show you is just from my own experience from the clubs that I've been in. Very important data collection point is moments of truth. Again, I'll not cover this because we have a workshop delivered by our champion who would go through this in depth. But this is really, I encourage all of the clubs to conduct a moment of truth, either toward the end of the term or whenever you can. This is another data collection point that you can do as well, members interest survey. So we always have the club success plan, area, division, and district success plan, but I honestly call this as member success plan. And I quote this DTM Ahmed Asif. I remember when he was the area director, he called that member success plan. So this is something that you wish also to think of and explore. There are many questions that might overlap with the moments of truth, personal and vocational, club involvement outside the club, help in speechcraft. Again, those who are going to get their DTM, overall experience, goals. It's very important for a VPM to know the goals of the members. Many of the members might just say, okay, I'm here to enhance my public speaking, but you need to have quantified goal for you to measure. A better way of presenting this, of course, is through a survey. And that's one of the clubs that I belong to. We did a member survey. So the same questions were repeated somehow, not all of them, but more important question, like if you want to conduct or if you want to be part of the club contest. Sorry. So this is just showing if you want to participate in club contest and which category you wish to participate in. a nice way, of course, in saying which of the levels that you wish to give to the club, and a profile on the overall PR channels that is being used by that member, or again, to be used by the PR as well. And that's an attendance sheet. I know it's a bit clumsy. There would be definitely a better way of presenting the same data, but you need, as a vice president of membership, to get back to the attendance of the members of last year and see, especially now, CGD already said that we are in July, the month of July, and we are trying to renew for membership. So those who haven't been attending over the past would be really a worry and need to be strategized as a vice president of membership at that moment. Now we come to the club success plan. And if you really do the planning before planning, if you really collect enough data before you come here, the rest of this session would be just mechanical on adding words into the pieces of information that we already collected. A question, club success plan, who does it? Any idea? Who does the club success plan? I heard so many answers in here. One said, well, it's the president. The president is the highest ranking in the club. So why don't the president just take care of the club success plan? Others, and I heard it from in my term when I was a VP, one of the leaders over there said, okay, this is your role. VPE should be really taking care of the club success plan. But what I advocate here is should be done by all. Yes, there is some preliminary work that can be done by the VP and VPM, just like what we did before. So there would be some extra work to be done by those two officers, and specifically in the following pages, so 4 and 5 would be usually filled by the VPE before that meeting. VPM as well can think of page 6, but it's very important to have all of the ExCom members filling the sheet. And you would realize right now if we go through the sheet itself. We have right now, or even before, but there was an update on the Club Success Plan, an interesting update. So you can access the Club Central, and from the Club Central, you would be able to scroll down and access the Club Success Plan. And that's how it looks. Unfortunately, yesterday, we received that announcement that the online Club Success Plan would not be available until early August. An alternative for that, you can use the PDF. So in here, I'm just using the PDF for the ease of everyone. The first question is what the club executive committee values are. And it would really add value to the discussion if you have all of the ExCom members in here filling the sheet itself so that they can own whatever is written. And that example of a club that I took permission to display their club success plan wrote, of course, the TI, core values, transparency, joy, commitment, and so on. The club executive interactions, how would decision be made? Parliamentary procedure, that's something you can definitely take into any of the club success plans. What I liked about this particular club as well is having a methodology or an agreement on how ExCom meetings would be conducted. So if we have a special ExCom meeting, at least there would be a call of 72 hours. And they fixed their executive committee meeting first Saturday of every month, 1.5 hours before the regular club meetings. I adore this example. How will the club executive committee resolve differences of opinion? You could have creative answers in here, but it's very important because we are all human beings. We are coming from different background, different way of looking at things, and differences of opinion, or I would just maybe be brave to call it sometimes conflict, is healthy. And especially at the beginning of the term, you would have some members who are really energetic, super energetic, some are not. And conflict is very healthy at the beginning, as long as it is handled wisely. So this particular piece of field, you need to plan for the conflict in advance. And one thing that was here emphasized in this is relationship should be always protected at all costs. We are all one family. So just have that in mind, in the mind of the ExCom every time you come and fill the club success plan, that we are all here as a family. We are all here for one vision. We're all here as servant leader, and we want to the best for our members. So if there would be any differences of opinion, let's all come back to this basic vision of ours and resolve all of the conflicts that we have. Mediation, yes, at times maybe you need to have someone to mediate any differences of opinion, take decisions and member-centric and so on. How would the accountability be there? Communication plan to be reviewed and agreed. I like also the strategy here. So there is a communication strategy being done. So 5 days in advance for Toastmaster, the flyers would be released. 2 days in advance for non-Toastmaster, agenda to be published 2 days in advance, and minutes of meeting one week after each meeting. Moments of truth, a question on moments of truth, how beneficial it was. How motivated are your members to attend club meetings and sign up for roles? If your club scores for 2, then you need to just have some reasoning here why the club maybe had low marks in the other 2 questions. And here possible dual members, and we have, if I remember, we have 300 plus dual members in our district. So it's really a handful of things that we need to remember. Priorities, many would have their different priorities, and last minute planning. And this is also planned against, so planned, there's a plan for why do we have last minute planning? Let's have advanced planning. Recognition and Toastmaster of the Year. I know many of the clubs do that. Please continue doing this. And for those clubs who are not doing it, please remember as very strong encouragement points. Remember this sheet. If you filled in and made your plan in advance, this sheet would be just a walk in the path, walk in the park. So it's very easy. So you can easily just put names in here for those who would be targeting the educational points for the club. Continuing on the educational goals, what obstacles keep members from completing projects? Here it was almost the same: dual membership, priorities, work commitment, and so on. you might say, why electricity? Yes, some of that club member also don't have a feed of electricity as we always have, which is really unfortunate. And how to motivate through the education program. There is some kind of repetition, recognition, advanced planning, communication one-to-one. It's always nice to go back to those previous way of communicating. Just call members instead of always using WhatsApp. Engagement, how engaged or familiar with Pathway, and then how to promote Pathway. Who will be responsible for following with the Basecamp? VPE. I love that, casual orientation by VPE. There is a layer of VPE as well, intervention, to ensure that mentoring is also happening. And new members orientation program for VPM, very important for the new members who are coming in. Smooth onboarding would really glue them to the club. Membership strength, for that club it was 20 and they aspire to be 25. How to motivate. Early renewal, as what our CGG just said, is very important. What's your club plan to gain new members? And there are various ways of looking at this. In this club, they want to target professional organization to gain members. Follow up with guests, attend members globally, or attract members globally to join, to help members for AS, accredited speaker, which is a very good point to be added. And this is what we are here for. How can we plan for the club officers training, making sure that all of the members would be able to attend the training itself, and who would be responsible? Mostly the president would be responsible in this point. And for the membership dues, mostly the treasurer, officers list, mostly the secretary. What are the obstacles in achieving the administrative goals or administration goal, membership, TI membership fees increase. In that case, re-electing same officers. Yeah, I've been into few election or installations, and I saw that this is also something that we need to really remember to groom leaders from now. And at the end of this sheet, there would be signatures. So all of the officers would have to sign, and the club secretary would have to maintain this for the record. But of course, I always encourage to use the club success plan, the online success plan that is there in the club central. Coming to the club calendar, looking at the club success plan, it's an amazing tool, but it's more of a strategic type of tool. You need to take whatever agreement that you had in the club success plan and make them as actionable and planned items. And there is no better way to do that than taking all of the actions, agreed actions, and plugging them in the calendar itself. And this is just one example of a calendar. So here you can have the meetings, the planned day of the meeting, expected theme. It's much easier to have just a theme agreed right at the beginning of the term, and then for the Vice President of Public Relations to prepare flyers in advance. If there are any special events, one very special or few special events that we have during the term would be the club contest, one thing. The other is the club elections, which usually happens in May, the first meeting in May as per the leadership handbook. Expected members achievement. So you can also plan this and put this in the calendar itself. So you can have the name of the member and the level that is expected to be achieved in each of the months. So you can plan accordingly. There are various ways of presenting the same information, and this is another way of one of the clubs that I'm a member of as well. Just listing the same thing as an action plan. That's also another way of looking at it, presenting and highlighting the club based on the calendar that you have in your local calendar as well. So you can even highlight the holidays, the national holidays, public holidays, and so on. Another way, which I honestly use this for the area and division, so it's not the best of all, but what you can see here is a track on when will the club be achieving the DCP. So there is a plan to achieve DCP for this club, 5 DCP in September, 7 in November, and so on. Contest is a plan. Even the area and division is also plugged in here. The awards that the club would be targeting, Smedley for the membership award, CGD A1, and so on. And then special events that the club would be planning for in advance. That's another deeper way of planning, which is planning ahead the slots of the speakers who would be coming in. This is just an old snapshot of a club that I belong to as well. And the first time I came across this Easy Speak when I visited Baghdad, ExCom members, and that's an amazing tool as well. I know that if I remember correctly, even Bahrain IT Professional uses this format. So it's a very nice way of asking your members to select whatever role they use and make a way for the VPE to track the roles within the agenda. One last point before I close. It's very important to have synchronization between club success plan, area, division, and district. Yes, it's very simple when you look at it from the club success plan itself. Easy to prioritize which DCP to target. But you always come back to this because we are working in one district, District 20. And I will not ask how many are familiar with all of these figures in here, but these figures are really important. And the most important figure, I would say, is the middle one. Many think that these are the number of members in District 20. Please, they are not. They are the number of payments within the district. So in October, we have 1 payment. In April, we have a list of payments. And then along with the new members and charter members, all of those numbers would be added to comprise the payments figure that you can see here. And in District 20, unfortunately, over the past 4 years, we could not really gain the distinguished status because of this figure. So how can you, as a club officer, contribute to this figure in the district? One simple way for you to remember, just remember it's all about 1% increase and maintaining that increase of membership for your club. As simple as that. If all of the clubs in District 20 remember this 1% increase, we would be achieving the distinguished status by the end of this term. But for an officer, it would be too difficult to look at that figure. So who is the first entry for you to help you? Definitely that would be your area director. The area director would be the glue between what is happening in the district and between the officers. And here I would encourage you to always ask your area director for the area success plan and calendar. It's a two-way traffic. You would be planning, the area director would want to know as well what are the things that you wish the area director to help you, but there are also plans coming from the district through the area director that you wish also to have in your club success plan and area success plan. Monthly area director call. This is just a recommendation of mine. You can call the area director anytime, but it's always better to have a planned timing for the call itself. So you can have that synchronization throughout the term. And you can always have that synchronization also in the area council meetings. And I encourage all of the area directors to have at least 2 area council meetings and officers. If your area director, maybe you need to ask your area director for the next area council meeting to at least plan that together between you and him or her. District council meetings, we have 2 district council meetings that is there, and you would hear from the district officers what's happening in the overall performance of the district, so you can also tune in as an officer. Target district award, it's very important. The district awards are there for a reason. And if you target those district awards, automatically you are satisfying the district's goals and district targets. So please remember to put this somewhere in your calendar, as I showed you just before, or maybe in your club success plan, and promote for the members within your clubs. If you don't have a vision for the future, then your future is threatened to be a repeat of the past. If you do what has been done over the past, you would just be in your place. It's good, of course, for those clubs that are really achieving their targets, present, distinguished, and so on, to just repeat that past. But you need always to think of creative way to even have better club quality, to even have better way of satisfying the membership goals, to have a better retention. And this is something that I can't really emphasize enough. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope this session was useful. I can see my time that I might have 4 minutes for a Q&A. So if anyone wishes to ask any question, we will have some time for the Q&A. Yes, Toastmaster Dinesh.
Thank you, immediate past district director, for your wonderful presentation. Already my question is in your chat box. You can read it.
I was not able to see
Not
the
able?
chat.
Okay. Okay, then I will ask you.
Yes, please.
Mostly, I believe most of the club may be doing that. The voting or the get approval when we taking the new member in the club. I do in my club. What the major point have to discuss with that member or to consider to before getting in that member in the club?
Okay, good question. If you look at the way that members are supposed to be inducted, so in the induction script, you would see that a statement there that the vice president of membership explained the educational program for the member himself or herself before joining. So that has to be done properly. So the vice president membership is tasked with that to make sure that smooth onboarding is happening. Now, when it comes to the voting, it's always, and I see this maybe changing over COVID, because COVID came in. Previously, we used to have the guests attending and escorted by the sergeant arm outside the room, and then we have voting on the acceptance of that guest. So this is really important, and I would highly encourage to repeat that if possible. But if not possible, what other clubs that I've seen doing right now is through WhatsApp, which is not the best of all methodology, but that's at least one way of doing it, to maintain at least that standard, to maintain that at least members are accepting or having a voice on accepting the club members to join the club itself. So this is the proper process. And once the club member is accepted, of course, then we can have the induction. There are, of course, few nitty-gritty points. When should we collect the money and so on? I'll leave that out because I've seen few differences in some of the clubs, but it's always better to approach the members beforehand and tell him or her that this is the sequence of the process that he or she would be going through. I hope I answered your question properly.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, AD Vikram.
Yeah, good morning, IPDD, Mr.
Good
DTM Khalid
morning.
Abdullah.
Good
Really
morning.
a great workshop, and all our queries are sorted out. But just one query I had. What should be done first, club success plan or an area success plan?
Nice question. And this is something that we always, is it top bottom or bottom up?
Yeah.
I would say both. It would be, again, from my experience, would be easier for the area director to get the club success plan, and then maybe through whatever challenges that he or she sees in the club, then he or she can formulate the area success plan. But it can work both ways as well. You can start with the area success plan because this is what you want, maybe, or you have the district also having their own targets, especially if you saw the payments, the distinguished clubs, and so on. There are targets as well by the district, which the clubs don't see. So your task as an area director is just to make that visible to the club itself and say, well, okay, for me as an area director, or for the area itself, area 17 in your case, we need to achieve 1% membership growth.
Okay.
And that has to go for the club success plans of your own club to make sure that they have at least that retention and extension of 1%. But very good question. It's the question of chicken and egg.
So no, my plan was first I'll make a draft area success plan, share it to my clubs, request from their club success plan, and then based on that to finalize my area club plan and then submit it to TMI.
Amazing plan. Yes. Amazing plan. And the club success plan or the area success plan is not something that you sit on stone and leave for the rest of the term. The vision should be the same, but the plan can change over the time. So you can always adjust as you move and see necessary. But yeah, very good question.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
No problem. I don't know if we have time. I can see the red light in here.
Yes, DTM Khalid Abdullah. Can we proceed with the rest of the Q&A, probably in the chat or after the event? Thank you so much, DTM Khalid Abdullah.
Back to you.
I think I took it back before you give it to me. I'm sorry, but we're racing towards time. With that said, let me talk about the next workshop. Now that you have the success plan and kept calendar ready, it is also important to have a systematic approach for predicting revenues and expenditures. Because at the end of the day, what drives us, apart from motivation and our volunteers, is also the payment that comes along the way. And to explain the club budget, we have a seasoned software engineer who started his journey in Toastmasters last year by tutoring the Giza Toastmasters Club and leading it as its first president. When he is not at work or at the Giza TM Club, you will find him reading or competing in chess tournaments, as he is also a registered FIDE player. And with that, let me introduce Toastmasters Nizar Ahmed for the workshop on club budget.
Thanks, Master of Ceremonies. Just to make sure, is my voice audible?
Yes, Nizar.
Yeah, great. So I'll start sharing the presentation. Again, if you can help me confirming the presentation is showing on the screen.
Yes.
Okay. District Director Mona Al-Aqab, Program Quality Director Yasser Al-Kashar, Club Growth Director Siham Mohammed, Immediate Past District Director Khaled Abdullah, Distinguished Toastmasters, District Leaders, Division Directors, Area Directors, and fellow Toastmasters. Warm welcome and greetings from Cairo. This is Nizar Abdelkader, VPE of Giza Toastmasters Club, Division G, Area 27. And I will talk to you today about the club budget. My objectives here is trying to understand what is a club budget and its importance, and knowing how to create a club budget and controlling it. I will not try to duplicate what will be said on the training for the treasurer role, because I know it will be covered extensively and there is a full maybe 1 hour prepared training for this. So I'm focusing about the club budget in general, which is related to all of the officers and everyone in the club. So my agenda is talking about what is a club budget, what the benefits, how to control it. I'm talking about 3 main things for controlling the budget: the planning, the reporting, and how to take actions. And then general advice from driven from my experience, and allowing for a question answer at the end. Let's start by question: who doesn't plan his finances through a budget? Who just leaves himself floating without any kind of plans? Just doesn't care about what he spent yesterday, and he's not putting any plans for the future. Anyone? Yes, if there is anyone, yes. Okay, so if we imagine this one who doesn't make any kind of planning, what can go wrong with this person? Or there is no difference between planning or no planning?
Over budget, under budget.
Yes, you don't know. He doesn't know. Maybe he's spending more than what he needs, or maybe he's spending less. And the two situations are not really good for him. He has the money and is not spending it, so he's not getting use of his money, or the opposite. Yes, this is one of the main points that can go wrong with him. What else?
Members are muted, so you can move on.
Okay. Let me think with you about the ideas about the what can go wrong with this person. First of all, is, as we said, he tends to overspend much more even than underspending, because when you don't control, you don't have are not aware of what you are doing, you tend to overspend. You go to the shopping mall and you will buy a lot of things that you really don't really needed. And that is why there is really no control on what you spend. But the bigger problems actually is that he cannot make correct future decisions.
I think Nizar can, Toastmaster Nizar, can you share your presentation and continue, please?
Okay, so you hear me again?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please continue.
Yes. I'll share again my screen. Actually, I didn't realize that I lost the sharing and just kept talking for a while. Okay.
Sir,
Yes, I'm trying to.
can you wait because some 40-50 members are participants are missing it. They had to rejoin.
Okay, sure. I will try to adjust my slide and wait for your.
Yeah, you keep the presentation ready.
Yes.
By then they will join.
Okay.
As we have to re-enter the meeting number and password. So everybody must be trying it.
No,
Now,
it is, we have.
I can see 10, 14, 40 participants just joining. Yeah, yes.
We have 242, no problem. We can start.
Okay.
Rejoin.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and I'll repeat what I was saying in the same slide because putting the people into context again.
Can you show the presentation? Yeah.
And yes. Sure. Now it's showing?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead,
So
Nizar.
before, okay, great. Before what happened with the Zoom meeting, we were talking about what can go wrong with the person with no planning and no budget. So I was talking about that he tends to overspend because not controlling and he's not tracking what is he spending. He can't make correct future decisions for what or not to buy. And he can't do any kind of investments. Now, not only he is making wrong decisions, but he's missing opportunities because he doesn't have any kind of planning. He maybe wouldn't be encouraged to make or to grab an opportunity that's ahead of him. And the biggest problem, of course, is that he can fill in big troubles if something unpredictable happens. So once he needs a big amount of money or some emergency happened to him, he doesn't have kind of saving or investment that he can help him. Now, in conclusion, his life is chaos. His life is not organized, and no one can really predict what can happen for him. This is what we don't want to happen to our clubs. So in essential, what we do mean by a club budget, this is the method and the tool for controlling the financial resources of the club. And with this tool, this will help us achieve all what we need from the club. So what are the benefits now having a club budget? And I'm relating it also to our Toastmaster core values. So first thing,
Toastmaster Nizar, the presentation is not visible.
it seems
No, it's visible.
It is, we are,
Visible?
yes.
It's okay.
And in the window on my screen says, okay. So
it is showing up.
Okay, okay, please continue.
Continue, Nizar, it is shown.
okay. So having a club budget serves also our Toastmaster core values. So when you have a controlled budget, you ensure smooth operation for the club because you know exactly how you are spending each month and you are securing the amount of money. So we are able to service our members in a good way. We utilize the club resources in the most efficient way because we know what's happening. We are balancing our income revenues with our expenses. We support our planning and decision making in the club. Now we are giving the club members and the executive committee all about the real situation of our club in terms of the financial situation. And these 2 points helps us in making achieving excellence in our operations in the club. And the last point guarantees transparency for club members. Now, one of the benefits having a club budget is you are documenting every transactions happening and proving that we are spending the expenses in the right way and spending it wisely. So this contributes to our integrity and respect for the rights of every member to know where the money that we collected is going and spent. So how, it's missing some lines, I don't know why. So how to control the budget? Essentially, I'm graduated from engineering school, and my main major was control theory, control systems. So in our control theory, when you want to control something, so you need to have a target, and then you make the kind of a decision or actions, and you get an output, and then you get the feedback from the output back and again to back to the blocks. I don't know why the arrows are not showing here. Sorry for this, but imagine that the output from feedback to the decisions is working, and this is the main thing that works with every machine or every robot or every whatever in the control. We cannot have a really control without giving feedback. So in our control theory, we say system with no feedback is not controllable. The same what we will do with our budget. So first of all, we need to have a plan in our hands. So this is our target that we want to achieve. And then we have some decisions and actions, what we are doing in the club. And then what we spend and what's going on must be reported, and feedback again to compare it to what is going on the plan, and getting the final, again, doing the corrective actions if needed, or making new decisions. In project management, we say you cannot control what you cannot measure. So this is the importance of having the two ways, having an initial plan and then following up on it with what's happening in the reporting. And I will talk about each point separately. So first, how can we have a plan? How can we get, how can we reach our, how can we make that our target, try to determine what is the target that we want to work on the club. So we first need to estimate our expenses, how much we will spend this year or this term on the club. So we have two main expenses categories. First one is one-time expenses, especially for the new clubs. So we're having club initiation fees. We have, when you have a new member, you also pay additional $20 per each member. I know that the fees, member fees will be changing soon after August, but this is numbers for example. And you will need some club resources, some tools that you will buy it for one time. For example, you will not buy a banner every month. So you just have it for your club one time, and then you should keep it for a long time. Some also clubs tries to make welcome kits or gifts for new members. So these are the one-time expenses. And this could be a significant overhead, especially if you are starting a new club. For the recurrent expenses, this is what you are expected to pay per month or per period. So what is first one is the important one is the Toastmaster International member fees, which is should be the thing that we pay every 6 months. And the second most important part is the venue of host renting. And this also takes most of the budget in most of the physical clubs. Of course, the online clubs have the edge that they don't need to rent a place for the meeting. And then the consumables, if you have the forms that you need, you have print reward certificates, whatever you need to make the meeting goes on. And marketing, you can flyers, having social media advertisement for your club so you can attract new members. If you are doing special events, so you are making specific trophies, gifts, maybe social events. And also one of the things that I think maybe we'll get with you now, especially for the online clubs, is the digital expenses. So I think Zoom is free only for a limited time, I think for 40 minutes or something for the free subscription. If you wanted extended features, you need to buy some subscriptions. Google Meet stopped being for free. Now it needs money for subscription. For example, in our club, we bought a cloud drive storage because we wanted to put all our media and photos and videos there. Maybe some clubs will try to have a business email. This is also a kind of expenses. And it's not but it's a job of the club to check what are their needs and what are the expected expenses to estimate for the next period. Now, we need also to estimate our income. So we make expectations. So we expect that we will get X new members in this period. We are expecting to retain our current members. So we are also getting some money from the renewals. And this is actually our main income or main revenue for most of the clubs. Some clubs, okay, are lucky. We have sponsorship, and of course, if you can get sponsorship, it will help a lot in the club. And some clubs also get some fees from the guests, trying to cover also part of the expenses. And just we need to remember, we are non-profit organization, so we are not trying to make any profits. We are just trying to cover our expenses. So we estimated the expenses, estimated the income. Now let's decide our target, where we are going, where we are heading. So it's very important to prioritize expenses. You cannot have all what you want to do in the club every time. So you need to leave things away and you need to go for the highest priorities. And also, you cannot just compare what is coming from the income and try to spend it all. You need to set a safety margin from the income to cover sometimes unexpected events that could happen, maybe a surge in the prices of the host venue that you expect to come, and trying to ensure the minimum operations that you have. Now, this income after subtracting the safety margin is the one that you will use to target in your plan. And then the job will be easy. You match your highest priority expenses with the expected income. What gets matched, this is your target, and you are trying to get in the next year. And the unmatched expenses, okay, sorry, it should come out of your scope, unless maybe you get a big income on the way. So this, now we have a target, and we are trying to reach this target. While we are working and while we are having the club operations running, we need to record everything, every transaction, every income we got, every expenses we have spent with date and time, even sometimes the currency, because for example, we pay for the Toastmaster National with the dollars, and maybe we have another currency for buying our local supplies, and with detailed description. And it's very important to keep the receipts of every transaction, because sometimes confusion happens, sometimes you need to review or having some kind of following up of what's going on your budget. So having the receipts would be a very helpful reference for what you are going on in the club. And when you are also reporting, you need to categorize the transactions, because we need to have some kind of reporting, analyzing these transactions. If you didn't do this, you will find yourself ending with a lots of rows of different parts, and you can really don't get use of this data. You need also to try to aggregate these transactions by month. So if you have a format that can help you doing everything month by month, this also helps, makes your calculations easier, especially that we are having monthly fees for the Toastmaster National. So it's helpful that we distribute the numbers and see what months gets a gap or up or down. And then also, if you can analyze the outcomes, maybe having some pie graphs or having some kind of dashboards would be very helpful in trying to, when you show your report, it can give a lot of information if you're using graphs instead just of numbers. And that's why the categories that I was mentioning will help a lot, making this outcome easier. So we have the target that we want to reach, and we have the reporting. So every quarter or month or fixed period that can be aligned with the club. And this can be considered with how frequent you are buying or working with expenses. Maybe a club that has lots of things a lot of actions and a lot of events, maybe they would need to review their things month by month. Maybe clubs working with the relaxed periodicity, maybe every quarter or even every 6 months would make the job, but try to make it more frequent, because actually this is the way, or this is the time that you are taking the corrective actions, because you are reviewing what's going on, you are determining what is the cap, what is the trends, what is the expectations, what are the problems that we have met. Maybe some unexpected expenses happen, some surge in prices, some currency devaluations or surprises, and then you need to determine what is the adjustments. If you have a full strong reporting, and if you are using the computer for this, hopefully you can make the exercise of what if we did this, what if we remove this priority, what we've added this, and you can easily check what is the impact of your adjustments. And then, of course, as in Toastmaster, we vote on the changes to reflect it on the plans and get done the actions. So this is a process of how we handle the club budget, from planning, reporting, and modifying our actions. General advice, and this is from also my experience actually, do not try to spend all the income. You need to leave a safety margin. And of course, we want to spend most of the things on the club. We want to have very good things. We want to have a retention for our members by giving them a lot of features, but you need not to, also always to have some kind of a baseline, some kind of a safety margin that you don't want to reach, because this, if you remember in the first slides we were talking about, we need to ensure our smooth operations, and this will secure our smooth operations if we always have a kind of a safety margin. And in the same time, you don't need also to save all the income, because if with the club money is with the treasurer, it will not increase. So we are not investing that money, and you are losing this value with time if you are not spending it. And also you are losing opportunities to improve the club. So if you have the money and you can buy more facilities or more supplies that will help the experience of the club become better, don't hesitate in buying it. Actually, if you have the budget and the money, and all ends to that. If you have a strong reporting and you have a strong tracing to your expenses, you can make this decision in an easy way, and you can reach this balance easily. The last thing that I found very useful when I started the club is trying to favor buying in bulk purchases, because you get better prices. You can save on the transportation cargo if you are bringing something from international shop, for example, Toastmaster International shop. And actually, it's a good use for the money to have assets in your club than to have just the amount of money. I'll give you an example, quick example. We found in Giza Toastmaster Club that we want to make good certificates, and having high quality certificate reward in each meeting is having a very good impact on the members and also our guests. So we try to make very nice certificates, but we found that if you go and print each certificate each time, the print shop will get a huge amount of money per certificate. Now, what we did is we printed in bulk a template of the certificates that we want with our logo and everything, only missing the name and date. And we bought something of more than 300 certificates. And we got it with a very cheap price because the print shop printed it in mass rather than printing it one by one. So this can really be a money saver for you. And of course, don't forget that you need to prioritize what you spend for productivity, not just for being showy. If you have something that helps the club, like evaluation forms, like something that's really impacting the quality of the meeting, then this is really very nice things to have. Other things you can really not giving it prioritizing. Maybe, for example, having food in the meeting. Okay, this is not maybe the highest priority for me, and because this is really not adding to the productivity.
Thank you so much,
yes,
Toastmaster Nizar. We have our next speaker who is from the Indian Sri Lankan time. So given that we did have some technical glitches in between, I would kindly request you if we can have the Q&A in the chat and proceed with the program as usual.
Okay, yes.
Thank you very much, Riem Nizar, for the kind understanding. Today's event reminded me of one quote from Marilyn Monroe. Sometimes good things fall apart so that better things could fall together in place. Before we had the technical glitch, we had around 280 members, and look at us now. We have over 300 members live in the call. Thank you so much for proving what Toastmaster is all about. Moving on. How many times have you taken a second to think how far you have reached in life and what could have done better? Whether it is life or work, hobby or profession, it is crucial to pause and self-evaluate our progress and plan actions, continuous improvement. And for this, Toastmasters places incredible value for this reflection. I now invite DTM Farhas Farooq for Moments of Truth. A chartered accountant by profession and a prolific public speaker by preference, he is a consultant, certified coach, and member of clubs from several districts, including 20, 80, and 82. He has served in various roles across club, area, and division levels. His aim in life is to leave behind useful knowledge that could benefit humanity and himself for eternity. And with that, thank you so much, DTM Farhas Farooq, for joining the call, and over to you.
Thank you so much, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you, and actually good afternoon from where I am. I'm here in sunny Sri Lanka, and it has been raining for the last 2 weeks. So much for being tropics and sunny. Friends, this session is about moments of truth. And what are moments of truth? And with your permission, I'm going to quickly share my screen and have the presentation up and running in a jiffy. And this is a moment of truth for me. Usually what happens with moments of truth is that we try our best to impress the person who we are trying to, and at times we end up not in a situation that we should be. But that's exactly what we have come here to learn and to identify, and thereby try to get out and have it resolved. So friends, I hope now the screen is clear. I have shared the PowerPoint. Can I ask the Master of Ceremonies a confirmation if it is all visible and you can see the presentation, Madam Toastmaster Ritu?
Yes, DTM Faraz Farooq, you're audible, you're visible, and the screen share is also pretty visible to all of us. Thank you so
And
much.
how is my makeup? Is it good? I have come all made up for today.
You
Friends,
look the best. I think the women here come in a second place.
thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Friends, what is a moment of truth? What are the moments of truth? Essentially, it's a moment where we try to make a first impression. Now, forget about Toastmasters. Think about this, visualize this. About 30 years back, I had to make a good first impression to a certain someone. And it was the opportunity of a lifetime, and I could not mess it up. So I went in my best shirt, I put on the best possible perfume I could, and went to meet this person. And guess what? She said yes. So I did make a good impression. It was the first impression. A few years later, we got married, and recently we celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary. And I'm sure lots of you out there, wonderful people, have similar stories where you had to make a good first impression and you successfully made it. And today you can sit and talk about the success story. The example I gave is obviously about me meeting my better half, but this can also happen if we are attending our first interview for a job. Perhaps we are opening our business and our first customer walks in. Perhaps we are walking into a new shopping outlet and we have some expectation of them. At every single stage, a first impression happens. And how that first impression is handled is a moment, that first impression is a moment of truth, and the success or otherwise of it depends on how we handle that one moment. Now getting to Toastmasters, this is exactly what happens even in a Toastmasters club. Now, of course, all of us who have been Toastmasters for a number of years perhaps have forgotten that moment of truth where we said, you know what, this is actually for me. But I would request every single one of you to take a moment and think about that first moment you walked into a Toastmasters club, or the first time somebody said, hey, do you know there's this thing called Toastmasters? And you say, okay, tell me about it. What it is? Is this a place where they make bread? From that moment onwards, how you got convinced that this is for me, this is where I think I can make something of myself, and so on. Just think about it. What was that turning point? And if that turning point worked for you, most likely that turning point is going to work for people who are not yet Toastmasters. And that's where a moment of truth comes in, my dear friends. It's the first impression. What a member or a potential member expects and what they receive. In terms of education, in terms of self-development, in terms of fellowship, in terms of network. Today, I have a network of 347 other people, and including me, 338 that I'm talking to and interacting. How this program has been planned, how it is being managed, and how is it being conducted. Am I going to be recognized for what I achieve, both individually and collectively as a club and as a movement? These are all things that potential members look for when they make that decision. Yes, this is for me. And friends, what are we doing to make that first impression matter? Think about it. We have regular meetings, and generally, as Toastmasters members, we generally get to know the hurly-burly of meetings. But a newcomer walks in, they don't know what it is other than the fact that somebody has told them about Toastmasters, or they have read about it somewhere and they decided to meet. How would you convince that person that this is what you need to develop yourself? A good greeting always helps. Hi, welcome. I am so-and-so. I am Sergeant at Arms of the club. I am president of the club. I am so-and-so of the club. Very nice to meet you. What's your name? Who told you about us? Why are you here? Then the next thing, can we request that you write your name in our guest book? We like to see who visited us. We like to see we like to be in touch with you. And then please come take a seat. And the person walks in and they see this beautifully arranged meeting room and everything in its right place. There is a head table. There are seats for members. There are seats for guests. And then everybody is welcoming them. They say, you know what, you are new. Why don't you sit next to me and I will probably guide you through the meeting. And when the meeting starts, you give that person an opportunity to speak. They feel important. They will feel wanted. That happened to me when I first walked into the club. And I thought, you know what, for the past 43 years of my life, I had not experienced this. I'm a little late, but I'm not going to delay anymore. Even though I'm 43 years, I'm going to become a Toastmaster. And I have been a Toastmaster for the past 8 years. This is a good first impression, my dear friends. And let's see if we can really make it happen and make it work for others who are walking in. And let's move on. When somebody does decide to become a Toastmaster, how do you welcome them to the fold? Are you just saying, okay, you're a member from tomorrow, fill this form, give me $45 plus $20 and you'll be a member? Well, that's the administrative part of it, but are we making a ceremonial part of it? Are we having a formal induction, making that person feel special? Are we giving them a few gifts or whatever, assigning them a mentor? You see, we value you, we want you to improve. So there you go, we have appointed Toastmaster so-and-so as your personal mentor, and they will be guiding you right throughout. Are we explaining to them, this is how you would become better? This is our education program. This is what communication programs are. These are the leadership programs. And you pick and choose what you want to learn. Please tell us, what do you want to be in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, and perhaps we can guide you. Do you need any special help? Do you need any special accommodation? In one of my clubs, we have a member who has special needs, but this member is one of the strongest and most prolific speakers I have seen in my life. And he does not feel any different. In fact, I feel I am inferior to this person just because of the accommodations given to them. Ask them, what do you wish to do? How many speaking slots do you need this year? What are your objectives for the current year? What else can you do? Can you take part in education programs? Can you take part in club activities? You're organizing a club outing. Would you like to be the chair for that event? And once this kind of involvement happens, a member is there to stay, my dear friends. As we go along, there are lots of other events, other things that could happen, and we can make them feel important, we can make them feel wanted, and we can show them this is the true value of what this entire thing is. So friends, as you can see, I have been given 15 minutes, so I'm going to just quickly wrap things up in the next few minutes or so. At every single moment that a person interacts with our organization, it's a moment of truth. And it's an opportunity for us to make that first impression, make that impression count, and make them make that decision, yes, this is for me. And in this quest, what do we do? How do we help this person to understand, yes, this is for me, is how a proper moment of truth gets realized. Ladies and gentlemen, I would probably stop at this stage. I am at the 8th minute, and what I'm going to do is between now and the next 5 minutes, let's see if we can perhaps interact with each other and get into a little bit of practicalities and technicalities of what moments of truth are. and then perhaps we can discuss. And to kick things off, let me start by asking anybody, and I understand that that members on the audience have been muted, but perhaps can you please jot down in the chat, what are the things that you did differently recently in order to make your club experience different to others? And therefore, any newcomer who came in really felt engaged. Maybe shall we have a little bit of a few responses in the chat, something done recently to benefit newcomers, to benefit your guests who walked in. Amazing, amazing. There are lots of greeting guests. Thank you so much. New guests are actually given certain roles to play. So they get involved from day one. Show them that they are VIPs. Give them variety. I'm getting some super responses in the chat. Thank you so much. Assignment of mentors as per new TM's choice. Brilliant. We give them the option. Thank you so much. Give them new roles, have new roles. Demonstrate practical learning to other members. And we got more members now. Oh, that's amazing. Demonstrate practical learnings to other members to show them the real value of what it is. We serve good food. I mean, that always helps. One of the things I think that caught me was the good food. Special welcome. Ask them to sit next to a Toastmaster. Yes, and explain that. That's important as well. Send an appreciation note. Great ideas coming through. Send an appreciation note for them. I say, hey, thanks for attending. What can we do? What else can we do? I know in one of my clubs, one of our VP membership, he used to bring old Toastmasters magazines back when they actually sent the magazines, and he used to have a stack of them, and he used to give each of these magazines to the guests and say, please read. And if you have any questions, ask me. And the guests used to feel really, really important. Text them if they didn't come back to our club. Yes, great idea. Give them a chance to grow into leaders. And they presented pins as well. Very good idea, DTM Murali. Giving them pins, encouraging new members to set up. And I think we have enough of ours assigned. The guest spoke. We had a potluck meeting. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, cards. So many ideas, friends. There you go. Lots of ideas coming through. Thank you so much for your participation. Now that we have had a whole load of ideas that have come through the chat, and you can feel free to share. And since the yellow light is on, may I ask if there are any questions that you would like, any specific issues that you face that you would like to discuss, please. I know there's a bit of background noise where I am because I'm still at work, and there's some of my colleagues are quite busy trying to sell lubricants. So I do apologize for that background noise. There's a super question from DTM Murali. He's asking, should we ask a guest to join in the first meeting itself? Thank you, DTM Murali. Amazing question. Should we pop the question in the first meeting itself? The answer to this, in my opinion, is it depends. I wouldn't do that because I would always encourage a potential member to come and visit the club a few times, become comfortable before we ask them, are you ready to be a member? However, if somebody has actually seen Toastmasters in the past, has understood the benefits, and on day one, they are convinced they want to be a member, nothing to prevent them from requesting to be a member. But on a personal basis, I would always encourage, no, please come as a guest 2 more times. Take a look, make sure you're comfortable before you join. Because the last thing you need is somebody on the spur of the moment, they make a decision and say, yes, I'm joining. But after 3 or 4 months, they realize, maybe this is not for me. So then it doesn't work. Nobody really wins in that way. So whilst it's not impossible, I would encourage them to actually get comfortable first before getting to the membership. Thanks, Demutu. Yes, the printed magazine was a great idea. Trust me, guests really loved it. And they used to call back later, hey, I read something like this. And can we please talk about that? And it was a great way of keeping a connection with guests. How MOT helps with attendance problem. I would read this question slightly differently. Is attendance, club attendance, a moment of truth? And the answer is certainly yes. When I walk in as a guest to something and I see about 15, 20 people, everybody has a role to play, I will really feel impressed. But if I walk into a hall and I see only 6 people and everybody is playing dual roles and what have you, I might have a little bit of a, doesn't look like a full hall. So attendance and ensuring proper attendance is certainly a moment of truth. Thank you, Toastmaster Khalid, for this one. And how can we make this moment of truth matter? Improve your attendance by having better quality meetings. Improve your attendance by having better quality committed membership and so on. And that way, you could convert this problem into a moment of truth for anybody who walks in. How to instill confidence among new members? DTM Ramkumar, excellent question. How do you instill confidence so that the situation that is happening in the club that you're running is a good club, is a club that has made it matter to its members in the past, and so therefore it will continue to do so. And once that confidence is given to the new members or potential members, certainly they will not hesitate to make the decision of joining. DCM Khalid Abdullah says, shouldn't we show guests that we are not just a public speaking club? In fact, if you looked at some of the slides that I had clipped, that I had rushed past, there are lots of ways in which we can prove that a Toastmasters Club is not just a public speaking club, but it's a lot more than that. In fact, we could also bring in social events or outdoor meetings just to add some variety. Recently, one of my clubs here in Sri Lanka, we had a meeting in a public park in the greenery. It was like a picnic setup. We sat on the ground and we had a great meeting. And we also attracted the attention of the local security forces. They came and asked, hey, what are you guys doing over here? And I had to explain to them what's Toastmasters. And in fact, one of them almost sat and joined our meeting. So, you can have that kind of variety as well. So yes, this is not just a public speaking club, and the way we can show it is by doing. Chance to play table tennis after a session, always welcome. Another one of my clubs here in Sri Lanka, we have, and I'm sure even in Bahrain, I remember after meetings, we used to have like a chat group. All of us get together, have some coffee or tea outside in a small shop, and we have a very informal chat. And that's amazing as well. So you can do table tennis if you like, you can have chat sessions, or you can all just go out for a movie. I know some of the clubs in Bahrain do that. There's a question that has come individually. What if a member says they don't want to renew due to a personal reason? These are things that you have to handle on a case-by-case basis. We don't really know what the personal reasons are. And if the personal reasons are serious enough, then we should probably accede to their request and let them have what they say. But if it is something that we can help out as a club, then we can certainly try to do that. Toastmaster Tosin is asking, please, can we save the chat? This is a request to the organizers. I think you can, because the meeting is recorded and the chat kind of gets saved as well as part of Zoom's package. So perhaps you can save it and give highlights, send highlights of this to the members. It will be to the attendees. It will certainly be useful. Organize a family day. Let me quickly run through and see if there are any more questions.
Yes, DTM Faraz, that note is taken up. And with that, I think we can wind the Q&A session for the moments of truth, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely fine. It's very much okay with me because I got to rush for prayers now. So thank you so much, madam. Over to you.
Thank you so much, DTM Faraz. For TM Nizar and DTM Faraz, I know there are so many questions on the chats, but due to time restraints, we need to keep the ball rolling. But yes, we can have those questions answered later, one-on-one session, or we can also come together in a WhatsApp group and discuss. I don't know how much Khalid Abdullah DTM is hearing me talking about WhatsApp, but let's move forward with a much awaited session, the training session for the club officers, the first club training session of of District 20 for the term 2023-2024. Before we move on to the brief introduction of trainers, I would like to invite DTM Sunita Raghu to do the honors. She is a finance professional working as an investment consultant, and she's a passionate and committed Toastmaster since 2018. Past club retention coordinator of District 20, current Area 15 director. She believes in learning for life. She believes in changing for betterment, and she believes that life is a result of true learning. To acknowledge the efforts of everyone around here and to introduce the trainers for the day, DTM Sunita Raghu, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, Toastmaster Ritu Anna Roy, for introducing me to the audience. A warm good morning to all district leaders, distinguished Toastmasters, presenters, trainers, and my dear fellow Toastmasters. I am honored and privileged to propose a vote of thanks. Before that, I would like to quote Henry Ford's word. Unity is strength. When there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can be achieved. Attending club officers training is immensely beneficial for any club officers, whether new to ESCOM roles or an experienced one. This will help you to move forward with confidence, make your goals clear, and your club will achieve success. This is the first major workshop or training for the new term of District 20, and I am glad to be part of it. On behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of each one of the District 20 Toastmasters, I am here to express my gratitude and to shower appreciation. First and foremost, our thanks to the District Trio, District Director, Toastmaster Mona Alokap, Program Quality Director, DTM Yasser Al-Gashar, Club Growth Director, DTM Saham Muhammad, for your unwavering support to this event, especially Program Quality Director, DTM Yasser Al-Gashar, for trusting Division D and giving the opportunity to serve. My sincere appreciation to the mastermind behind this event, the most talented, exuberant leader, Division D Director, Toastmaster Prajwal Detekapa. Club officer training has become a reality with this meticulous planning and great vision. I am short of words to thank and to appreciate the calm and committed Toastmaster Saiju Sam George. As event chair, he has made sure to fix all the problems, and he has been diligently coordinating with all the members involved in this program. These two leaders, with their commitment and dedication, have brought us together to reap the benefit of club officers training and other workshops. Thank you, Toastmaster Prajwal and Toastmaster Saiju Sam George. Having said that, the success of any event on such a grand scale is, of course, a result of relentless hard work of many committees and presenters. The PR team gained reach of this event in all 4 countries, headed by Toastmaster Sumesh Manimel and supported by PR team members, District PRM Toastmaster Vishal Edward Khan, Toastmaster Shilpi Goyal, Toastmaster Sara Ibrahim, and Toastmaster Zainab Hassan. Thank you all for those beautiful flyers. That was really praiseworthy. That is, the flyers brought so many members here to attend this event. We have got open registration. The link was circulated well in advance. Registered data was analyzed and followed up with each club through proper channel. All credit goes to registration and IT team head led by Toastmaster Rusbi Bashir. She has been supported by her talented team members, DTM Sunil Thomas, IT moderator, Toastmaster Afsal. The cheerful opening of the program by Chief Sergeant at Arms, Toastmaster Sijilal. I appreciate her support and timely advice to the organizing committee. Also, you all would have observed the excellent performance by the Master of Ceremonies, Toastmaster Ritu and Roy, and the meticulous timer, Toastmaster Vipin Vishwanath. Thank you all, dear team. Without all of your support and selfless contribution, this could have not been possible. I express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to all of you. Now, the heroes of this event, the presenters and the trainers. The first presentation by our immediate past director, DTM Khalid Abdullah, our beloved brother. It was an insightful presentation, and I'm sure this will help the officers to plan and prepare the club success plan and calendar well in advance and with proper planning. Thank you, DTM Khalid. And the very important session by Toastmaster Nisar Ahmad on money and the club budget. We could learn many things today. Thank you, Toastmaster Nisar. Finally, Moments of Truth by DTM Faraz Farooq. His presentation made us realize how important to conduct the moments of truth in our club if you really want to grow our club, retain our member, and progress. Thank you, DTM Faraz. I would like to extend my thanks. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all district leaders, division directors, area directors, and club president for your support and contribution that actually brought many members of ESCOM officers here on this virtual platform to attend this very important training session. I hope you all thoroughly enjoyed the presentation so far and are fully charged for yet another power-packed session, the club officers training. Are you all ready for the training session? Yes? Excellent. Before I introduce the trainers of this training session, I request all of you to rename as requested by our Master of Ceremonies as well as Sergeant at Arms as per the naming code given in the chat box. Today's training sessions are going to be presented mostly by the division directors and by a district officer also. I believe this is the first time many division directors have become part of this training. Success is best when it is shared. The success of this program belongs to each one of you. Please give a round of applause to the people behind this for their commitment and contribution. All right, let me introduce the trainers starting from Club President training session. Trainer for Club President, Toastmaster Dalia Eldin. Toastmaster Dalia, see her beautiful smile. With her beautiful smile makes her team members feel comfortable and included. She enjoys so much being part of District 20 family. For her, it has been a journey of endless possibilities and amazing people and relationship. She's a Toastmasters since 2008, starting in Cairo Toastmasters Club and then moving to Alexandria Toastmasters Club. Now she is also a member of Kuwait Advanced Toastmasters. Also holds ESCOM officer roles in all these clubs. She is currently Division G Director and immediate past Area 26 Director. She was a member of the Strategic Planning Committee 22-23. Toastmaster Dalia doesn't intend to spare any effort in spreading Toastmasters in Egypt and has the intention to push Division G towards distinction one more, as well as all its clubs in Kuwait and Egypt. Presenting the charming Toastmaster, Toastmaster Dalia Eldin. Next time, I'm privileged to introduce the trainer for Vice President Education, Toastmaster Pitambaran Nair. Distinguished Toastmaster Pitambaran Nair. He's a dynamic and proven leader. His motto, service before self. True to his motto, he has been selflessly mentoring many Toastmasters in their Toastmaster journey, including me, and also many clubs to achieve their goals. An Indian naval veteran with meritorious service records, having marine engineering and shipbuilding experience, an entrepreneur in the field of supply chain and logistics. Holds an advanced diploma in marine engineering, a sociology graduate, and a master's certification in supply chain logistics. Has held various club officer roles, club sponsor, and club coach in the past. Immediate past Area 12 Director and current Division B Director. Please join me in welcoming distinguished Toastmaster Pitambaran Nair as trainer for Vice President Education Club Officers. Now, I'm glad to introduce the trainer of Vice President Toastmaster Membership, Toastmaster Anjali Gupta. Whenever you see her or whenever you work with her, you will remember only these 3 C's: committed, charming, and caring Toastmaster. She is an ex-banker who has now taken voluntary retirement from bank. She believes that life begins at the end of your comfort zone, and that has motivated her towards Toastmaster. She is a charter member of C2A Club and Pratham Hindi Toastmasters Club. She is the current Division A Director, past President of C2A Toastmaster, past Area 6 Director, past Assistant Program Quality Director of Division A. She is an active member and past Secretary of Lions Club of Rifa. Has served for 2 years as a VP, Vice President of Indian Ladies Association, Bahrain, 2021-22, along with other roles in the organization. I'm pleased to introduce Toastmaster Anjali Gupta as a trainer for Vice President Membership. Now, it's my privilege to introduce Vice President, Trainer for Vice President Public Relations, Toastmaster Vishal Edward Khan. He's a dynamic and result-oriented Toastmaster. Joined Toastmaster in 2017, he has held various positions as Vice President Education, past Division E Public Relations Manager, immediate past Division E Director, Head of IT in DTAC 2020, immediate past DTAC Chair, currently serving as District 20 Public Relations Manager. A very tough position, but he's doing it extremely well. He is working in Expeditors International Kuwait. He loves traveling and photography. He believes in leading by example and having fun during the leadership journey. Please join me in welcoming Toastmaster Vishal Edward Khan as trainer of Vice President Public Relations Club Office. Now it's time to introduce the trainer for Secretary. This servant leader, a prominent social worker in the island of Bahrain and a passionate Toastmaster to you. Here, I'm presenting as a trainer. Toastmaster since 2008, at present member of 3 clubs, Triple Crown winner, served all the ESCOM roles in club level, area director, past president of Bahrain Medical Fraternity, past District 20 Club Extension Chair, Assistant Area Director, Club Growth, Club Coach in Progress. She is a current Division D Director, entrepreneur and holistic leader practicing different healing modalities. She believes as we lose ourselves in the service of others, we discover our own lives and our own happiness. Please put your hands together to welcome Toastmaster Sushma Anil Kumar as a trainer of Club Secretary. Welcome Toastmaster Sushma Anil Kumar. Now, it's my privilege to invite and introduce the trainer for treasurer, Toastmaster Farida Bai Tansir. This eloquent speaker and committed leader, we all know. She is a very prominent Toastmaster in the District 20 family for the past 7-8 years. Joined Toastmasters in 2015 with the passion of speaking. Now member of Angel Toastmasters Club, St. Paul's Toastmasters Club, Bahrain Debaters Toastmasters Club, and Pratham Hindi Toastmasters Club as its mentor. Has served in many leadership roles, club, area, division, district in the last 8 years. Because her leadership achievements are so much, she didn't give all of them because it will take another 10 minutes to read it out. Past Area 33 Director, current Division I Director. She is a banker by profession. Please put your hands together to welcome Toastmaster Farida Bai Tansir as trainer for Secretary. Now, the trainer for Sergeant at Arms, Toastmaster Prajwal Titekuppa. You all know him as DDD, yes? Division D Director, but we call him DDD because he is a dynamic, dedicated, and diligent. Immediate past Area 15 director, Toastmaster since 2015, member of 3 clubs, held 4 club officers' position in his home club, Indian Club Toastmasters, Bahrain. Civil engineer, postgraduate in advanced construction management, project management professional, certified interior designer and garden designer. Living and working in Bahrain since May 2015. The same year he joined Toastmasters also. Currently working for WTE, a German construction company, building Bahrain's largest water treatment plant. On behalf of District 20, please put your hands together to welcome our Division D Director, Toastmaster Prajwal, to present Sergeant at Arms. May I request the moderator to pin all the trainers along with the event chair to take the picture?
Also,
on behalf of District 20 family, I invite you all to present the training session. And you are doing a great service to this District 20 family. Thank you so much on behalf of entire members of District 20 family. Thank you so much. Over to you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you so much, DTM Srinaragu, for that warm introduction for the stars of our show, the trainers for the Club Officers Training Program. Now it's time to move into our respective breakout rooms. If you can see in the Zoom, there is an option to enter into the breakout rooms. If you have any difficulty, please do not hesitate to reach out to any of us in this main session. We will help you move into your respective breakout rooms. If you have not renamed yourselves, please take this 2 minutes time to rename yourself according to the naming convention mentioned in the chat. If there is any issue with attendance in the breakout rooms, again, please don't fret. You can always, at the end of the program, come back to the main session and we will sort out any issues for you. Good luck and all the best.
Dear leaders and President, oh, thank you very much. I was going to forget that. So I'll repeat that for the recording. Good morning, dear leaders and President of District 20's Toastmasters Club. Remember in your installation ceremony, when you were holding that gavel and the installation officer told you, having been elected president of your club, you're its chief executive officer, it is your challenge to see that this club enables its members to achieve their educational goals. It is also your challenge to see that your club helps area, the division, the district, and Toastmasters International meet their goals. Please accept the gavel as a symbol of your leadership and dedication to office. Now, I remember when I was president, I felt that this was a really proud moment, but this is actually also the moment that it hit me that I was, oh my God, a lot of responsibility, quite a big responsibility. I'm sure that having accepted this role, you have already read about it in the Club Leadership Handbook. So today we'll just go through some of the tasks and we'll try to achieve some certain objectives about the information that we need as club presidents. So that's me. And today's session, the objectives is to identify your role as president, to fulfill your responsibilities, and to find resources that will help you. So if I was to ask you to complete the sentence, the president is, or the president is the person who is, or who?
Leader. Leading the
team. Leader of the club, yes. What else?
He's the CEO.
He's the CEO, yes.
He's the one who sets the goal, I think, the tone of the club, I believe.
Definitely sets the tone of the club.
Head of the family.
And head of the family.
He's your role model.
A role model.
He's the maestro.
The
He's
maestro.
a motivator. He's a motivator.
Yes.
I think all of this then.
definitely all of this.
He's the cheerleader. He is his chief servant, and he is the one that checks in to find out if everybody's pulse is working.
He's the doctor then.
He's the doctor.
He's the doctor.
He's the
He's the doctor,
consultant.
Dr. Asha. Yes.
He's the consultant.
So yes, this is true. Yes. I heard
The
something.
president is the one who navigates the club.
Who?
Pardon? The president is the one who navigates the club.
Navigates the club, yes.
Yeah, so he's the pilot.
No. So he's a lot of things now.
Captain of the ship.
No,
He's the captain of the ship.
Even I can say shepherd.
So according to all of you, the president is actually the captain, the pilot, the doctor, probably the engineer as well. So many things. So many things. So according to Toastmasters International, the president is the person who sets the tone, as you all said. He or she is expected to provide helpful, supportive leadership for all club activities. And he is the first to assume responsibility for the progress and welfare of the club. He motivates, arbitrates, and facilitates as required. And when there is a difficult decision, he does that in consultation with members and club officers. He strives, or she strives, to show respect to all members, even when disagreeing with them, and to provide leadership for all. So he's the head of the family, definitely. So responsibilities now. There are 3 instances where the president has responsibilities. First is within the club meeting. Second is outside the club meeting. And third is within the executive committee. And the first one is actually a tricky one, because for the club meeting, there is before the club meeting, there's upon arrival at the club meeting, and then there is during the club meeting itself. So can maybe someone tell us a little bit about what the president has to do before club meetings?
Check with the vice president education, the agenda.
Yes.
Check with the sergeant at arms. Everything's
Yes.
ready. And make sure the guests are arrived, the members are arrived.
Yep. So he's helping VP education, he's helping sergeant at arms, and who else? He's helping
Flyer,
everyone.
flyer
Make
goes
sure
on time.
he's there before the meeting begins, at least 15 minutes.
Yes.
Of course, we lead by example.
He leads by example, yes. So how does he
Motivates the
help?
members to attend the meeting.
Oh, yes. Definitely. Oh, motivates as a slash pushes the members sometimes as well.
Yes, or reminds rather.
Reminds them, yes. Maybe they're forgetful.
Call everyone the night before and tell them you have the meeting to attend.
Yes, I enact them.
No, Alka.
I do that.
Alka was the one being president for many clubs. She used to send message from UK, from India, from USA, wherever
Yeah.
she, even in the elevator.
Yeah. Meeting day, it is very important for the president to send a message on the group that just inviting members to attend. I think that's a friendly kind of reminder, and also like I think it sets the tone for the meeting.
Inviting and yes,
Inviting
inviting
all
and
the guests,
members
all your friends.
and
No,
your friends.
Recent days or recent time, getting the people or member or anyone to the venue seems to be very difficult. Now, since we have started with the Zoom after the pandemic, you offer them anything, still they are hesitant to come. I don't know what is the reason. Either online, either physical. Now I am struggling to see members in the meetings where I used to see some of them clubs used to have 20, 30 members in a meeting. Alka used to witness these meetings in our many of the clubs. Today, I am very sorry to say, I don't see more than 15 in most of the clubs. That's very strange, which we used to see 30 plus. I have some pictures I am just cherishing, which we took it on 2014-15. The picture is showing like 4 or 5 clubs, but it is just one club. So that's not happening now. We wish to see them back.
That will be our challenge for this year, Toastmaster Sabak. So let's move on to before club meetings. And before club meetings, as Toastmaster Asha was saying, you have to contact your VP Education and ask if we need to recognize anyone. If someone has achieved a certain thing, reached a certain level in education, if they've participated in a certain contest and won, if there's any sort of recognition that needs to be done, you need to be aware of it so that you can do it during the meeting. You have to plan for the business section, whether we're having inductions, if we're voting on a certain issue, something related to the club that we need to decide on, anything planned, you plan it for that section because you preside over the business section. And you have to review your parliamentary procedures because anything you do in the club, it has to go according to parliamentary procedures. Okay, so you're all set and you arrived at the venue. What do? You have to review the meeting agenda and make sure that everything is filled out and the VP Education does not need any help in filling some positions because sometimes you might have to step in and help out as the president. And also, along with all people or members of the ExCom, you need to greet guests and to show them welcome, as DTM Farhaz Farouk was saying about first impressions. It is important to welcome guests and greet them and make them feel welcomed so that they would feel comfortable in the meeting and consider the club and the club experience. Now, during the club meetings, the first thing is the gavel. You call the meeting to order. And then you introduce the guests. You have guests in the venue itself or guests online, but you need to introduce everyone if you have time. If we're not short on time, we introduce guests because, again, it's something that makes guests feel welcome and want to engage in the meeting and feel part of it. During the meeting as well, you explain the parts of the meetings. Of course, it's the Toastmaster of the day who explains the agenda itself, but you explain that there's the introduction, there's the parts of the meeting itself, and then we have the business section at the end. So this could be your contribution to that part. You make any announcements. Maybe you're having your area directors visit, so you're announcing to all your members that the area director is visiting. Maybe you were having it's the contest season and contest is starting soon, so you might want to announce about anything. If you're having an open house, a speechcraft, and you want to tell your members about the dates and ask them if any would like to participate. You conduct the business portion of the meeting and you provide information about the next meeting. And at the end, you just punch the gavel and you startle everyone who has been sleeping throughout the meeting to adjourn the meeting, of course. And we have a question from Toastmaster Omar Mahir. Yes.
Hi, how's it going? Fine. I have a question about that actually, because we've been in a debate in the club and with our area director. Is it the president or is it the sergeant at arms that opens the meeting? Because based on what you're saying, it looks like the president opens the meeting, but based on what I've read, it's the sergeant at arms.
The sergeant at arms actually opens the meetings, he welcomes guests and he states the rules and then gives the floor to the president who punches the gavel and then opens the meeting officially.
Right. I see. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. I have one question actually, just to follow up on what he asked.
Sure.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So the question that I have is, when you start right after the Sergeant at Arms speaks, and then as a club president, when I speak, is there anything that I take away from him in sense like once he's already given the ground rules, the roles, sets the tone of the meeting, what is it that I say that adjourns the meeting? Is there like a specific line that we have to say, or like a specific thing that denotes that, hey, this is like the meeting has begun, if that makes sense?
Yeah, you can actually say that I would like to call this meeting to order, or meeting number 168 of the Baghdad Toastmasters Club to order. And then you begin with a small introduction. You can talk a little bit maybe about Toastmasters, something very briefly about the numbers of members of clubs and countries and everything like that. So you can tell, sometimes I'd like to share a personal experience about Toastmasters, maybe how I started. Every time you say something a little bit different, so that if you have members won't be bored, it will be a bit different. And also adding the personal touch is
Okay, got it.
value to
Thank
the
you.
club.
Thank you.
Yes.
Dahlia, I
Yes,
have
Mr.
a
Asha.
question. Dahlia.
When is the time
can
when
we
we have to do the adoption of the agenda? You know, we have to, like, soon as you open the meeting?
Actually, this is actually a question that I've been having. And that I
Yeah,
wanted
because
to
even
ask about.
sometimes I forget. Sometimes when I remember what is the actual sequence of that adoption of agenda, and someone has to propose and second it, right?
So yes, so maybe someone again, one of our
DD
seasoned
is there.
presidents can,
DD,
yes, yes.
IPDD.
Khalid Abdullah.
All right, let me just take this on board. So
yes,
usually once you finish from your presidential address, before handing over the control to the Master of Ceremony, that's the time when you call the VPE, because the VPE would know who is in and who's not there. And if the VPE says that everything is in order, then usually either the VPE can raise the motion or allow someone else to raise a motion, and someone else has to adopt or second. Once the second motion comes in, then the president would have to say, are there any objection? If there are no objection, then the president would move forward with the introduction of the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
Didi.
very much. Okay, let's have one more question and then continue and then come back to the questions at the end. So we have Toastmaster Sadiq.
Yeah, my question is very simple. Are you going to share this presentation with all the presidents?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
yes, I am.
So because
it's actually
we are not going to remember everything what we see in the screen, or we are getting old.
You also have the club leadership handbook that you can go back to, and that this is where everything is coming mostly from, but I'll definitely share the presentation. You don't have to worry.
I am very happy to be a president because you are my VPE.
You're her boss.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, outside the club meeting. And outside the club meeting, once the meeting is all over and we're waiting until the upcoming meeting, you need to attend the council meetings. And there are two types of councils that you are part of. The first is your area council, the area director. And as president, you are one of 3 Club ExCom members that are part of the area ExCom. That's, of course, president, VPE, and VPM. The other council that you are part of is the district council. And the district council, all clubs, presidents, and VPEs are part of that council. Councils are usually held twice a year, and you're expected to attend and vote on behalf of your club. The second thing is the annual business meeting, and that's the business meeting that is held by TI in the convention once a year in August, and it's coming up, and you're probably starting to get emails about assigning proxies for your club on who's going to vote on the candidates for office at the international level and all the changes they want to make in the bylaws and everything. So you're also expected to attend and vote at that annual business meeting. The third thing is that you need to appoint the audit committee, and it takes place almost 1 month before the end of the term, and you have to assign 3 members of your club in good standing, except the treasurer, to audit the financials of your club. And then you also need to appoint the nominating committee, and that takes place 2 weeks before elections, and elections are usually due beginning first meeting of May. So 2 weeks prior, again, you choose 3 members. Usually the chair of that committee is the immediate past president, and they have to come up with the list of nominees for the 7 ExCom roles. Now, again, with outside the club, you also receive all official correspondence from World Headquarters. As I was telling you, you're probably getting emails now regarding proxies. At different times during the year, you'll get correspondence from TI. And since you are the initial point of contact between TI and your club, you also need to schedule and preside over the executive committee meeting. Your committee, the 7 people, you are the person who will call for a meeting and ask them to join that meeting, and then preside over the meeting and present the different topics. Also ask your the people who are in your executive committee to each to participate with their section of the meeting. You need to develop and improve club leadership in terms of mostly checking that members' surveys are there, what members are going to work on, their goals for the upcoming year, what they're going to be working on. You need to motivate them to also, if there some sort of recognition when they finish speeches, when they finish levels, when they participate in certain events at the club or at the district level. So you work on this as well. And you oversee club administration. You work with the secretary and you work with the treasurer. These are mostly the two people and of course the sergeant at arms. This is the administration check section, making sure that secretary submits officers list on time, a treasurer pays dues on time. So you need to oversee these issues. Again, one more thing is to advance club and member achievement by recognition and through motivation as well. And you interact officially with other organization levels. Your first point of contact, of course, is your area director. And also it could be people at higher levels. Officially, it's you're on an official level, it's the area director, but it could be that division director might seek your help, district director, PQD, someone else might seek your help, maybe finding people to participate in certain events. So you're their main point of contact at this point. Now, the third thing we were talking about is at the executive committee. And we talked about overseeing the executive committee, making sure that everyone is accountable, the VP education, they're preparing the agenda, they're looking at training, they're looking at quality meetings. So you need to check and see if they need help, if they need, you also motivate them. So make sure that every one of the other 6 executive committee members are performing, you support them, you provide help, whatever, but just as we were saying, you're the CEO, you're the leader. So you make sure that everyone is doing what they really need to do. And if they cannot, you might want to provide support, you might jump in or help them suggest that someone else helps them, things like that. And as I was saying, ensure that the executive committee completes its duties. Again, you need to, what Toastmaster Nizar was talking about, the club budget to plan ahead for what you're going to spend. And if you're going to have any events, you need to plan for that. If you're having an open house, a speechcraft, just to make sure, as well as the contest and the trophies and everything, you need to plan a budget for the upcoming year. And the calendar should be able to help you with this. You complete the success plan. And as DTM Khaled was saying, along with the other officers as well, everyone has an input in there, and you should all work together to establishing your club success plan. And of course, the club plan also helps you put your goals for achieving distinguished club status. You set, along with, of course, the VP education, VP membership, and all the other members, you set who's going to finish which levels to make sure that you're accomplishing the educational goals, how many members, new members that you're going to add through events such as the open house, the speechcraft, or whatever, just to make sure that you also can achieve your membership goals and maintain or also achieve the number of base members that you're supposed to have to be eligible for distinguished. And then anything else that might come up during the year, you also need to see how, if there are issues, if there are problems, if there's anything, you need to work with your committee and your members towards finding solutions and maybe making committees if you find that this is the perfect solution for that sort of problem. Okay, so let us look at maybe have an example of how a certain one of your tasks is done. So the first thing, let's say the example is to prepare a club success plan. So how would you do that?
Didi Khaled just taught us how to do it.
See? Now it's like to see if you were actually concentrating on this.
Yes.
Yes.
Very much.
Okay. So how would you do it?
Catch your VPE and catch the other ExCom officers also, and sit together and write down what all Khalid has told you to do.
So as DTM Khalid was saying, there is an option of planning actually the club success plan online. However, it's not maybe available at this point, but you can either print it or do it online. Toastmaster Hassan, can you help us out here?
Yes. Good morning and thank you, everyone. Yeah, DTM Khalid has just taught us how to plan before planning, actually. We need to go through the reports, use the material available on the Toastmaster International, see where our club members are standing in their pathways, make sure they have all updated their base camp. And based on that, we can plan who will finish the level 1, who will finish the level 2, and all together we put a plan and we put a goal where we want to take our club at the end of the term. This is basically how.
DTM Khalid, don't worry, everyone was up and concentrating. Great job. Okay, so when do we do the club? Do we work on the club success plan?
The very first month.
Yes, the very first month.
From today.
From today. Okay, so we're going to finish that meeting and go and work on the club success plan, everyone.
Yes. We already started.
Okay, and we talked about the whole of the executive committee, they work together, and that's the club success plan. Okay, so we talked about that, and now we move on to resources. Okay, so the first thing is Toastmaster Vikram. I know you had raised your hand before, and so please tell us.
Yeah, good morning.
Good
Can you please share the presentation also along with your training, please?
Okay, so the first thing is doing what you actually did today, or what we're actually doing today is attend the district-sponsored club officer training program, the COTS. And we're here, so since you're all here, you've accomplished that very first thing. Then you read the material. You have the club leadership handbook. This is the initial thing. You have the constitution and the bylaws and everything. So you read all that. I believe you probably have done that already. You meet with the outgoing executive committee just to make sure how things were done in the club in the past, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. So you meet with them, you get all the documents. If they're okay, you work with them. If maybe you want to change something, or maybe you find you have a better solution to a certain thing, you can also do that. But communicating with the outgoing executive committee is definitely an essential thing. You meet with the outgoing president, who is also going to be your advisor. Your immediate past president is the advisor in the committee, so you don't have to worry about that. He will always be there for you. And then once you're all set and you have all the resources and you have all the past material, now it's time to concentrate on the future. You meet with your current executive committee and you start planning for the year ahead.
I am very happy, Dahlia. Outgoing president is still with me. Outgoing ExCom is still with me. Incoming VP is with me. Incoming ExCom is with me. What else you need to lead the team?
But that's it, Khalas. You have everything. Lucky you, Toastmaster Sadiq. And then you review and order any public relations material if you need to order anything from Toastmasters International, if you want to have ribbons, pins, anything to recognize members, you make a list and you start the order, and you develop the media list. You have to work on that with your VP PR, the channels of communication, and how you're going to spread the word and talk about your club. And yes, Dr. Asha.
The club budget, no? How do we get the money?
Mostly your main source of income is definitely your local club fees.
Oh, treasurer smile can bring more money.
That's the main thing, but also the district itself provides support, financial support for certain issues like open houses, like Speechcraft, right, DTM Khalid? For clubs, right?
For clubs,
or is it for the area? No.
Yeah, for
Okay.
clubs.
That was my bad. I'm sorry. You can participate within the area and to have a Speechcraft, and then what? No.
Yes, area.
Sponsors?
Yes.
Yes.
Area and
So it's mostly local club fees. This is your the main income that your club will get money from.
Dalia,
So you
we are
have to-
also Dalia, we are also in the region with a lot of money in the GCC.
I'm in poor Egypt. I cannot talk about that. That's up to you now.
I said GCC. That's why I said GCC.
Toastmasters, Alisa, President,
Yes.
is it you are saying that you are ready to sponsor?
I used to do. I will still do some. I don't want to go into the detail. I sponsor whole club of my company. I open a club in my corporate club. I sponsored them because they were disappearing one by one.
Toastmaster Sadiq, you have 77 presidents here. I don't know if you want to talk about this.
Basically, I agree with that statement because I have done the same. That I can have some sort of a support from the company that I'm working with, and that helped me to start my own club.
So that's one idea. One other idea: sponsorships.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. And now your resources. I would say the very main resource is your club leadership handbook. And also something that would be helpful for you to know is also the district leadership handbook. You have this item here, Chairman. That's a resource from Toastmasters International, and it's about leading and being a leader in your club. We have the club constitution for Toastmasters International, distinguished club program and club success plan, distinguished club program, of course, and its distinguished club goals. And you have the Speechcraft information. That's mostly your resources. And DTM, the Toastmaster Asha, did you have a question, or is your hand raised?
No, someone has to read it out for us, all this, because we don't have the time to read.
Okay.
Like you, like how you are telling us, we need someone to keep telling us in the middle of our work.
Well, don't have to worry because there is the makeup cut and there is the cut in the other half of the year. So you'll be reminded about the things you have to do. You don't have to worry about it. But still, you need to read a little bit. Find some time to read certain things. Toastmaster Bikram, you had a question.
Yeah, good morning again. How do we change the bylaws of the club? For example, we are in a club where we are thinking to change the time and the days of meeting. So how do we do that? Like, I'm just asking a question. It's not that we are going to change, but just for knowledge.
Okay, DTM Khalid, please correct me if I'm wrong, but as I believe we have to raise a motion and then agree with all the club members and then raise a motion, have it seconded, and then vote on the on changing the time or date or whatever. Am I correct?
Correct. And you need to amend the club addendum in the club central because that's already part of your club bylaws, if you want to call it bylaws. It's
And
they call it club addendum.
most important thing, DTM Khalid and Dalio, we should understand that majority of the members should be there, not just the ExCom member decision. When you talk
Quorum.
about the change,
Quorum.
quorum, that's very, very important. Thank you. Over to you.
Excuse me, a question.
I have a question.
Yes. Those present resources, I know the handbook is a software and I have downloaded club leadership handbook was downloaded. Are the other resources available free of charge or we have to order them through Toastmaster supplies?
Most of the resources are free of charge. The Constitution, the Distinguished Club Program, the Club Success Plan, these are free of charge. But certain things are things you have to pay for. Speechcraft, the kit itself you have to pay for. Chairman is a manual that you have to pay for. But again, if you if you Google, whether you go on the Toastmasters website or you go through Google and type the type of resource you want, it will lead you, it will take you to the Toastmasters website. And most of these things are free. You can download them from there in digital format.
I think we are, before we run out of the time, I just have a question or just a suggestion. I don't know how many of us are going to agree. Since we have created so many groups, we have so many groups existing, I have a suggestion to make District 20 more stronger, better, bigger. I suggest to have a group of presidents only.
We already have. We made a group of only presidents. Haven't you joined?
I don't know. Nobody add me. I don't see the club. Please.
Okay.
Let's
No, we have already. We have a group of
I'm
presidents.
sorry. Very good. I'm sorry. Please add me. Please add me.
Okay.
Me too, please.
Me three.
I have one question, please.
Sure.
Okay, can I, before we continue with
Yes,
the questions,
please
can I
add
just
me.
can I please put the attendance form on the chat box for you all? You need to register just to make sure that you've all attended.
It is there in the chat box.
It's already there. It's already there. In the chat
There.
box.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay, so please register. Remember to register before you leave, because this is even more important than the registration we've done before the meeting. Okay, so we have
I have a question, please.
definitely
Where-
Toastmaster portal. Yes.
Found it.
If one excom committee is not do his duty, so what I have to do for him?
Multitask. You do the duty.
Well, you need to, it depends. You take it on.
I try
for-
my best to let him do what I copy the paper he needed, but still he not do anything.
But do you know what the problem is? Why isn't he doing it? Is
I
it an
don't-
issue related to the club, or is it something personal?
No, not
You need to
personal.
find
There's
out.
no personal, but he said that's not important.
Is there,
Yeah,
if it's
it
something
happened
that.
to me, not, I am not imagination. This is true.
But did you at least go through with him on what he suggests? If there is a certain goal, if we're doing this because of a certain reason, then, and then there is this way of doing this. Maybe he has a different way of doing it to achieve that same goal. So
Yeah, I told him, do what you can, what you have, the way you like. But he said this is not important. His position was secretary. I tell him, give me the report about your position. Give me the report, so I know what you are, what you have problem, so I can solve it. He said it's not important. This is very, what you call it? I don't know. Same as useless. If I make a report, useless. So I don't know what to do with it.
I would suggest
Replace
that
him.
maybe you would want to maybe have someone to work with him, like try to get someone else that will, you can say that you're preparing that new person for the year after. So get them trained with that person and ask the trainee to do the work or do that specific thing. It doesn't have to be everything, of course, but that specific thing. And see in general if you can have that report somehow.
Yeah, you know,
Dalia.
I print
Yes.
the paper he needed. The paper he needed for the report, I print it and give it to him, physical, but still no use.
Thank you, Father. Dalia, did you share the link for people to register?
Yes.
You know, it's not clicking.
No,
The
no, it
link
is there. It
open.
is working.
It
It is
is
working.
there. It is working.
It is working.
Yeah, it's working. Yes.
I share it again, but please make sure you are registering for that one. And if you have more than role, also you can add it if you are more than the role.
Okay, and we need to do it right away because how long is it going to be on?
Yes.
Okay, so we can do the registration and then we
The
have a question.
the one who finish, he can. If you finish Dalia from your side, everything is okay. Only
We're
question.
just taking the questions. Yes.
Okay. The one who finished, he can go to the main room or he can leave. It's okay. But make sure you register before you leave.
Great. And now we have a question from Minaki. Am I pronouncing that right? Toastmaster Minaki. Or is it Minachi?
Minakshi.
Hi. No.
Minachi, sorry.
Minakshi, yes. No, I didn't ask
Minakshi,
you
I'm
any
sorry.
question. I think in the attendance, the first part is written in Arabic. So I think
Oh.
that means email. Yeah. So that's what I was just mentioning on chat. I forget who actually brought that up. Thank you so much for bringing that up. It's President Ilidan Galvez. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your name. Yes, thank you so much. So the first one is email. Not that I know how to read Arabic. I asked someone. Yeah.
So there is name.
Okay.
There is name
I'm
and
not able to print it. I'm not able to type on it. Why?
no, it is allowed.
I don't
And
know.
we have,
I
You
get
can,
the
it is Google form. You can do whatever there. with the
Yeah,
link.
it's open link. What you have to do is first you put your name and then email address and then go with your
Correct.
details.
Correct.
That's
The
it.
room is closing, by the way.
Timing.
All of us got here from various.
Yeah.
Because discussions were still going on.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
such an informative meeting going on and we got pulled back to the main session.
Okay, I guess it's finished. Yeah, it's
time.
Yeah. We were discussing in the
that allows it to have quality meetings. As you all know, for a meeting to be successful, we need a minimum number of members. So the club membership should be such that it can go about doing quality meetings. And all the members should know their goals to enable. You should be knowing the members' goal so that they can be achieved. The members feel wanted in the club. That will help in the reduction, in the retention of the clubs. Then, as it was stated, that you recruit new members, you conduct membership contest, you assist the guests in converting them into members, and whenever a membership application is received by you, you are going to process it, whatever is the process decided within your club. You will process it like in the previous trainer was saying that there used to be a process where all the members were asked to accept a new member. So that process we can be followed, which has to be done by VP membership. All of you would have gone through the installation ceremony recently. So this sentence, which I'm not going to say, you must have heard, but as a reiteration, I'm going to repeat that your role as the VP membership, as stated in the club constitution and standard bylaws of Toastmasters International, is the vice president membership is the third ranking club officer and is responsible for planning, organizing, and directing a program that ensures individual members' retention and growth in club individual membership. The vice president membership chairs the membership committee. The constitution provides a definition, yet there are many responsibilities that make the day-to-day activities of a VP membership role. So this includes that we have to support the club mission. Now, can I ask some of our VP memberships to please list what is the club mission? What is your club mission? If you remember, it is always there in the agenda on the top of it. If we can have some of you replying, if you want, I can unmute you and you can repeat it. Anyone? We have some experienced Toastmasters. So can we have the club mission?
Presenter, it's Roshan Lewis, DTM here.
Yes, sir.
The mission is we provide a supportive and positive learning experience in which members are empowered to develop communication leadership skills, resulting in greater self-confidence and personal growth. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you so much to DTM Roshan Lewis for clearly stating the club mission. And now I'd like to have some comments from the membership. How do you, from VP memberships, how do you think you are responsible for achieving the club mission for your club? How do you think you are supporting this mission?
Sure.
Yes.
Hi, Umesh here from Bahrain IT Professional Toastmaster Club. And this is the first time I'm taking the role. What I understand basically is the every member of the club is a ambassador and he is representing that club. And as a VP membership, it's our duty to ensure that the new members and as well as the retained members understands the objective of the club, the mission of the club, and the fulfillment path of the club.
Exactly. Very true. Thank you for your input.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other officer would like to please comment? Yeah.
Yeah, I am Toastmaster Asawari from SKTM. I just want to say that bring new members and they should feel that they should continue the Toastmaster membership, because many members are coming, but they lost interest in that because they want cultural activities and all that. So to keep their interest, and so we should bring innovative ideas. So they should keep their tempo and interest and enthusiasm throughout the Toastmaster club membership.
Exactly. If the members are joining, they should feel that it is important for them to continue. If they see a learning process in their meetings, they will be joining the club. They will be continuing their membership. Otherwise, they fall apart. So that's a very good insight from you. Thank you so much. Anyone else would like to add something to this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I add Toastmaster Anjali?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. One thing is one is individual role and second is collective role for a VP membership. Individual role, VP membership is a brand ambassador Toastmaster. He connects to the people who are genuinely interested to leadership and communication development. Sometimes we go for quantity, we miss those members. They'll come for one meeting and just go away. The first thing is identification of our need and members' need. That's the first thing. Once he comes in, you have to give orientation to member, and that's all. And fill the formats, all those things. Still is paid and entered to the club. That is individual responsibility of VP membership. Then comes collective retaining. Retaining doesn't happen only with VP membership. It's a club exco. How you create a program, how you give a supportive environment for that member to know the goals and support club as a whole club. So these are all things are collective responsibility. With that, I think VP membership is in action with all those, with individually as well as collective role. Thank you.
Very true, Toastmaster Roshan. We have Toastmaster Nada also.
Yes.
Can we have? Yeah.
I found that it's will be more easier for guests to join as a member, feeling that they will have more added value when they have a membership, when they are members.
Right. Very true, Toastmaster Nada. And with this, I think everyone is clear on the role of VP membership. You have to bring in new members. You have to retain the members who are there. They should feel that they are valued. The guests should feel the importance of joining the club. The members who are already there, they should feel that they have to continue being a member. Now I'll start my share again from here. Yes.
Madam Trainer, can I also add?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, it's not just a VP membership, but VP member joins with, encourages members also to bring us and helps them to tell about what are the benefits of Toastmaster, so that the members can help the club to have more members.
Exactly. Actually, if you ask me personally, I'll say everyone is the VP membership. All the members of the club are membership ambassadors for their club. They have to bring in guests, help them convert those guests into members. But as an assigned role, that is what I'm explaining. Yes, next. So what are the responsibilities as a VP membership? So it is within the responsibilities can be defined in 3 parts. It is within the club meeting. What is the responsibility of a VP membership? Outside the club meeting, what is your responsibility? And as a member of the executive committee, what is your responsibility? We'll be just going through these responsibilities. So within the club meeting, before the club meeting, you have to make a list of, you should be knowing if you have some new members, they need to be inducted. A new member, till the time he or she is not inducted, doesn't feel being a part of the club. So whenever a new member joins, you should make it a point that as soon as he joins, in the next or maybe 1 or 2 meetings only, you should ensure that he is inducted in a proper ceremony, which is a defined process. And if you have a process, we should be giving them a pin, which they should be wearing in their meetings, whenever they are attending meetings. That makes a new member who has joined your club be more towards the club, more part of the family of the club. On the arrival, if you know, we should know beforehand that there are some guests joining. So at the time of the meeting, you should be there on the door in a physical meeting to welcome your guests. They should feel that they have come as guests and are welcomed in the meeting. So you should be welcoming them, greeting them, making them comfortable, make them sit next to a person who is a member, so that during the meeting, if they have any queries that can be solved, that can be answered by the member who's sitting next to him or her. And so, and during the meeting and after the meeting, yes. So I think this is the presentation I was answering. So we make a list of the new members for induction. Then to the new members, to the guests who are joining, we can make a guest packet which has some details about your club, and that can be handed over so that when the member goes back, he or she knows whom to contact. It should have some details on the about Toastmasters as well as about your club. Our club, C2A, had a guest packet made, which we used to hand over when there were guests attending, which had some details on what the whole meeting was about and the contact details of all the ExCom members, so that afterwards, when she goes back, she knows whom to contact further to become a member. Thirdly, before the meeting, if you see as a VP membership that some of the guests are not attending meetings, maybe they have skipped 2 or 3 meetings, you can just do a call with them. If they're having issues, personal issues, that is why they're not attending, it's fine. But if they feel they're not being a part of the club, they don't feel included. So you should be in touch with the former members so that this is important for retention. They should feel that somebody, if they're missing meetings, somebody is there to ask why you are not attending the meeting. This will help you. Maybe they have some transportation issues. You can arrange that, okay, somebody will pick them up. If those kinds of issues can be resolved, maybe they are not getting slots for speaking, that you can contact your VP education and make them be part of the club. So this was on arrival of club meetings, that we greet all the guests, give them guest packets, answer any questions for their guests. After the meeting, you again meet the guest, get his or her feedback, invite them to further meetings. It may be that in one meeting, the person is not able to decide they want to become a member or not. So invite them on 2-3 meetings. All the meetings, are different. Each and every meeting has a different output. So maybe in one meeting, they may not be able to decide. You invite them 2-3 meetings so that they get a fair idea of your club and are in a better position to decide if they want to join or not. And when the guest decides that they have to join, you help them complete the membership application. You ask them whom to give the payment, explain them the fee structure. It is always good that you explain the fee structure, what it is, like what is the fees which is going to TMI, and what is the additional fee that the club charges, if you charge any. It will help him or her understand that this is a set procedure which every member is paying. It's not that only him or her is paying a certain fees. It is a set fees for all the members, and he or she should know that this is like a 6 months fee. This on a regular basis, he or she will be paying. Now, outside the club meeting, what are your responsibilities? First is that you conduct membership building programs. Like we have the open house, we organize open house. Within the club, you can ask each member to get one member. So if we have a membership of 20 and each member gets one guest, you can have 20 plus 20, 40 members at the end of the year. This is every member is like Toastmaster Andata was saying, DTM Andata was saying that it is VP membership role is for each and every member. Every member has the potential to get guests and convert them into members. So that is you have to promote within your club for each member to get guests. Then there are some, everyone knows that there are some membership building contests which the district promotes. Like we have the Beat the Clock and similar contests are there. So those contests you can publicize within your club that these are the contests which your club can aim for and build on your membership. Then you follow up and keep track of the guest. In the meetings, like you are keeping a guest list, a guest book. From that, you can keep a track of which guest attended. So you keep a track on calling them, keep giving them messages that, okay, our next meeting is on this date. If it is comfortable for the member, for the guest to attend, you join them. So as many times as the guest joins you, it is easy for him to get converted to a member. So we can always ask the members to the guests to come again, join our meetings, maybe the formal meetings, or maybe if you're having some informal meeting, ask them to join them in any informal meeting as well. So outside the club, your responsibility is to fill up the membership application, advise the VP education, assist the VP PR. So this is an additional role which like as ExCom, you are helping each other. So you can assist the VP PR also, ensure that the VP, the meeting information is correct. You know the website, the website information on the TIMI should be correct. So your phone number or the president's phone number, your meeting timings, they should be correct so that if any guest wants to join you, he or she should have the correct information when your meetings are there and who is the person to contact. And you are to attend the executive committee meetings on a regular basis to know. Yes, I have Toastmaster Saju. You wanted to ask anything?
Thank you, Toastmaster Anjali.
Yeah.
I have one question. In the previous slide, you're talking about building. If you can just flip to the previous slide. Conduct membership building programs. I was wondering, is there any particular example that you can share with me? Because this is my first time on this role, and I come from Line of Judah Toastmasters Club, and we are just a year-old club. So
Uh,
so I was just
yes,
wondering what if you could give
it's
one or
like
two examples. So
yeah, you conduct an open house. That's called a membership building. You conduct speech crafts.
okay.
So those are called membership buildings. You conduct a open house where so many members are there. You convert them into guests. You join them. Yes, we have DTM Andata.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
it's a nice question, Toastmaster Sanju. What you can do is you have the previous XCOM and you have the previous total president and VPM, as well as you have the area director. If you just tell them this one, they will flood you with a lot of ideas. And I'm sure that your club membership will increase, and we wish you all the best. And we are also there to support you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Toastmaster.
We have one more raised hand, DTM Vidal. Yes.
Yes, good morning. I'm Toastmaster Widat Hijazi from Bahrain Advanced Toastmasters Club, and I live in Beirut, not in Bahrain. My question is because I lost connection when you were talking about promote membership building contests. So I missed the info you shared us. Would you explain it again to me? And I'm new in this role.
Okay.
Thank you
The
very
district, yeah, sure. Thank you so much. The district conducts various membership building contests. Like we have the Beat the Contest, we have Beat the Clock contest. Similarly, there are various contests which the district promotes. So if you keep track on the district website, the district social medias, you will get to know which are the various contests that you publicize in your club. Like you add 5 members during May, so you are participating in a contest. Initially in July, August, there is a contest which is called Smedley, where you add in 5 new members. August to September. So you add 5 members, you are part of that contest. Okay, we have Toastmaster Nada.
Yes, just would like to know about the guest pocket. They are something that you are said about during the upon arrival.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, actually it is available on the website, TMI website, but I can share what we had made in C2A towards the last. I can share in the chat. I don't know if I can share right now. I will, 1 second. I can just give you a glimpse of.
I would like to add here for that question till you search. It's a very good question, actually. Toastmaster, we were asked that question. Kindly go through the resources, VP membership resources in Toastmaster dashboard. You have all those things, and you can also customize it. Like one of the things is you can make a small flyer of your club. What is the history? That is one thing. Second thing, there are some flyers. What are the Toastmasters? What Toastmaster does? How to develop communication, and you can also put one of the magazine, Toastmaster magazine, and you make a small packet and give it to them. This is the simple way you can make those packets. Whenever first time a Toastmaster comes as a guest, so you can invite after the meeting. You can hand over. We do that, so you can do that. Or you can send it by email. That's a better thing instead of printing and all, there are all resources are in PDF format. You can mail it after the meeting to that member. Thank you, Mr. So-and-so for attending our meeting. Please find these resources. All resources you can attach. I request you, all of you who are taking newly this VP membership role, go to our dashboard, take all resources of VP members, keep one folder with you. The moment guest comes, next day mail them. Any help is required, we are here anytime, you can contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, DTM Roshan. Exactly. If you just go through the TMI website, there are so many resources to help you, like the guest list, a format you will be able to get from TMI website, and you can customize it as per your club. I think I'm not able to share it right now, but I can share with anyone who wants. For our club C2A, we had made a guest packet that I can share, the format I can share. So outside the club meeting, as we were discussing, we have some responsibilities towards attending the area council. You are part of the area council along with the with your club president and VP Education, and you have voting rights. So you should know that this is your responsibility and ensure to attend the club council meetings. Secondly, you should have somebody in your, like, it's not that you are alone working. You can have 1 or 2 members as your committee members, and thereby ensure that you have a replacement coming up in the next year. When you finish your role, there is someone to take over from there. So if he or she is working along with you in your committee this year, this will help you prepare your successor for the office. Then you are part of the executive committee. You have to organize and conduct. Again, this is membership contest point coming up again. The contests are organized by the district, by the TMI. So these you can discuss in your executive committee and target what exactly are you, which contest are you targeting, so that you achieve those targets. If it's a, like DTM Khalid was pointing out, if you have a plan, you can achieve it. So you need to know what are the contests which you can participate and target and decide within your committee. And you are responsible for taking out the roster for your club membership and what is the report you need to submit to the executive committee. So after that, we have, now all of you will be wanting to know, how are you going to fulfill these responsibilities? We can have some of your input on listening to these responsibilities. How do you think you can achieve them by the end of your term? Anyone?
When you ask that question, you are looking at how, as a VP membership on that role, to bring in more members as a responsibility. I would look at one of my strong point, or one area that I would like to look at is, reaching out to my own community, first of all, within the community, and talk about what Toastmaster is, Toastmaster Club, and what it can bring in as in value to the individual and to the community, and bring in more, attract and bring in more members. That would be one way of that I would be looking at to start with. And that when would be is, it will be a day-to-day or ongoing process. It has to be. It cannot be just today, 1 week, and then you forget for the next 2 months and then come back. No, it has to be ongoing, because you will be meeting every other day new people in the community itself.
True.
So that's
Very true. That's
yeah. I think that would be when, how, and who and what.
Who I have been telling that it is the whole. Everyone is responsible to get in members.
And of course, dedication as well.
Exactly.
As a role player, my dedication towards my role.
Exactly. Now, this is the action plan. Like, what is your action plan? Over here, I like to share some of my stories or some of my plan of action, which I have been doing since I became a Toastmasters and since I've taken up the VP membership and the other roles. Firstly, I consider myself as the brand ambassador for Toastmasters and for my club. So I have been really active on social medias. I'm active on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and whenever we have a meeting poster, I share it as my story that today I'm going to my club meeting. And after the club, during the club meeting, I try and take some pictures and post it as stories. So my friends, I may have many friends. I have many friends, many followers on LinkedIn and Facebook and Insta. They know, okay, she's a Toastmaster. So next time when they meet me, they ask, what is Toastmasters? Many of them, they don't know what is Toastmasters. Some of them know, then they will be intrigued to join my Toastmasters, my club meeting. So as a brand ambassador for your club, you can publicize, you have the liberty to publicize about your club, about the various clubs, about any Toastmasters activities happening around you, which will attract more people from your community, from your neighborhood, your friend circle. Talk to them about the benefits of Toastmasters. Invite them to your next meeting. They may not be converted, but they can join as guests and see what is the benefit of joining a Toastmasters meeting. What I used to do is that one time I have been talking to them. Okay, they are convinced. Okay, we'll join them in the next meeting. So next time when we have a meeting, I'll personally send a message to them. Okay, we are having a meeting Friday. We have a meeting on Friday mornings. So on a Tuesday, I'll send them a message. Oh, this Friday morning, if you're free, just join us in the meeting. So that attracts, like that, they know that if I have publicized something, I have talked to them about my club meetings, I remember them, and before a meeting, I give them time 2-3 days so that they know if they have time, they join us. That way, we are lucky to have a continuous influx of guests joining us and eventually getting converted to members. So, and the next thing is when they come, we make them comfortable. They are made seated to a person who's there. Maybe if she's my guest, I may be I may be doing a role and not free to attend them personally. So I will make them seated next to a person who can guide them that, okay, these are the things going on. Now, this is the timer role. This is a grammarian role. Now we have the evaluation G going on. So some queries are there. So the person sitting next to him can answer those queries. And we give them a guest pack, as I told you. And we are the VP membership and the person who has called them, do a follow-up with them during the meeting also, as we take comments from them that how did they find the meeting that the president does. Otherwise, informally also we ask them how did they find whatever the queries are, we try to solve them. One thing is a suggestion, but it totally depends on you if you want to do. We used to feel that the new members, if they ask them about table topics, they feel a bit intimidated. So we used to ask them beforehand that, will you be interested in speaking on the table topics asked? If they say yes, then we ask them. Otherwise, we tell the table topic master not to ask them, just let them feel comfortable and they can just see the proceedings of the meeting. Now we have VP Chandran asking, yes, yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Anjali.
Good morning.
I have only one question for you. And the first time the VP membership. Now, if I mean, there is any Toastmaster regulate that if you contact any other club members to join, it is like a contradict to Toastmaster. Agree that, for example, if I contact any other Toastmaster in any other club to join our club, so it is contradicted, or we are any ethics. Something like that in Toastmaster International. So we should not call them. Something like that?
No. Any Toastmaster can attend any meeting. In fact,
Invite, not in the invite, just to join my club. So maybe they'll be active in other club. If I ask him to join in my club, so maybe they should not feel bad, no? The other club members. So what I am saying, this is anything like ethics or something which we should not contact the other members.
We have a very experienced Toastmaster Andata. You can throw some light on this.
I am member of 9 clubs and I have been to all the clubs only as a guest, and immediately they told me, and I also volunteered to become a member, and Toastmaster Chandran, who is part of my club only, we wish everybody to become dual member, but in the present situation, I think many members will also think twice before they really take one club. They can do the role of a good Toastmaster. I think that is fine. It depends upon what are the areas they want to improve other than that particular Toastmaster. But there is no ban or there is nothing to do with the integrity or this thing. We can invite anybody.
Yeah, I would like to add here, Presenter, can I add?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Toastmaster Chandran, your question is very valid. This is very ethical question. It happens, sometimes conflicts on this. The question your answer is it ethical? Yes, it is ethical because Toastmaster envisages 3 types of membership. One is new membership, guest who joins. Second, a dual membership. It is given in rule book. So dual membership is ethically right, you can. Third important thing is reinstatement membership. So as a VP membership, we have to understand these 3 areas: new membership, dual membership, reinstate. So I think I clearly answered there is no ethical any issues. Ethical, it's right. And point number 2, why this dual membership is when you also call dual members, please understand some clubs are in community language clubs, for example, Malayalam club or Arabic club. They want to improve their English. Then you can always invite them as an English club. That is the dual membership. Suppose some company members are on corporate membership. Corporate membership is very different. In 1 hour meeting, it finishes no much, they within the meeting hour, working hours, they meet. So such members you can call to social, community group. So they'll have different. So that way it is done. It is ethically right. No issues. Hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DTM Roshan. It is exactly what I think is the answer which Toastmaster Chandran was looking for.
Sorry, I have a question too.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, what is the reinstate membership means? Because Toastmaster Roshan mentioned 3 types of membership.
Yeah.
So what is the last one?
Yeah. Shall I answer or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So reinstate membership. Suppose I am a member in a club. 6 months I was a member. Then I left. For 6 months, I left the Toastmasters community. Then maybe because of my personal commitment. So I want to join back. Then that is known as reinstatement membership. That time, you will not have to pay new membership fees, 25 BD, 20 BD, 20 USD. It is not supposed to pay you. What you have to do, club will go back to your record and add your all details. You will only pay the club membership from the month you are rejoining. That is reinstatement. Already your record is with the Toastmasters International. So that is known as reinstate. Gap in your, so one sentence, if you're a member, there is a gap, you're not paid and you become inactive, then you're paying and joining back. That is known as reinstatement. Hope I answered Toastmaster.
Okay, because the time is already finished. It is timing.
All of us got here from various
because discussions were still going on.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was such an informative meeting going on, and we got pulled back to the main session.
I guess it's finished.
We are back. We are back. So we had our Toastmasters
reinstatement
portion explaining about the reinstatement. You want to add anything, DTM Murli?
Yeah, anyone, for example, even I was a reinstated person for a club. I could not continue because I went out of the country and then becoming, that is also replay. Once you are become a member, you can be a new member in a new club, but you don't have to pay $20. But if you are taking another membership in another club, it's called dual membership. But new is for the first time Toastmaster. That's all.
Yes. One thing I like to add that when I was the president, my VP membership used to put on every 7th of the month that we had decided within our club and ask me about Toastmasters. That is a poster which was released by Toastmasters, some club or something, where we used to, I don't know if I can share it. Yeah, this one. Yes. So this used to be our story on the 7th of every month for the club and for any member who wanted to share, which told all our near and dear ones that we are Toastmasters and we are into it. We used to get so many queries on what is Toastmasters, and many of the guests, many of those people joined us as guests and are members now. So this is like you are an active person, active ambassador for Toastmasters everywhere. Is it working? Okay. So now we come to what are the resources you have to complete your role as VP membership. First, resources, the COT training which you are attending. That's a great job which you have done. You will get a lot of, you must have got a lot of information on what the role entails and how you're going to achieve it. There are so much material available on the internet, on the TMA website, which you can go through. Then you can meet the outgoing executive committee of your club. What was their feedback on the membership of your club? Then the exact person, the VP membership, you can meet them, get their insight on their role, and the current executive committee has to meet and decide your plan of action, your club success plan, how to achieve your membership goals. You can get started by forming a committee of 1 or 2 members, 3 members within your club, so that they help you in this role. Then the Moments of Truth session, which we recently attended in our court, that you can conduct within your club and get information on get information from your members on this survey, which is a really helpful session. And prepare a guest welcome kit, as was discussed, or any other material you feel you can, like certificates. It was being discussed that we can give them certificates the first time you have attended a meeting. Anything within your club, whatever you decide, you can get started with that. Then these are some of the resources for the VP membership role. You can conduct a speech craft. You can get more information on the DCP roles, how many members, how many points as a VP membership you're responsible for. You're responsible for 2 points, get a total of 8 members, 4, once you get 4 members, you get 1 DCP points, and the next set of 4 members, you get another DCP point. So overall 2 DCP points you can get for the club. Then you have to be a part of the club success plan. You can get information on the membership contest, on the all this on the Toastmasters website. Now we can have any questions if you have, and I can just share my number. It's from Bahrain, 39760408.
Good morning, Toastmaster Anjali. I'm
Yes.
Nikita, BPM Kingport Toastmaster Club.
Yes.
My question is, in each meeting, we should have to present our report, BPM report, right? So is there any format or any criteria that we have to, present in each meeting?
You should basically be telling, like, if you have guests, like we have guests, or I'm in touch with so many guests, or if some guest has joined, or this guest has joined twice, or you are in the process of processing a membership application. So that is the report. You can say that this member, I'm in the process, they will be submitting their fees, the application, whatever is the timeline. So that is the report you can give.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question if we want? Yeah, Toastmaster Chandran.
I mean, good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
So now, I mean, what are the awards for the VP membership or something like that? If you bring more members, you'll be getting any awards or any DTP points for this success for VP memberships in the program?
Yeah, as I said, like you are responsible for 2 DCP points. The first set of 4 members you get 1 DCP. The next set of 4 members, if you get the second DCP. So there are 2 DCP attached to membership. As for the awards, there is a Smedley award which you get membership. The exact number I'm not sure. 5 members I get. Thing you get in July, August. Then is there a Beat the Clock award. So these are some of the awards from the Toastmasters, as well as the district separately announces some of the awards, which will be done within a few weeks. Any other thing? Now, if we are at the end of the presentation, you will have to fill in attendance sheet that you have attended this, so that the district puts in your attendance towards COT, and you will be receiving an evaluation form in your emails. you need to fill that to get a feedback on how the session was. Okay. With this, I like to thank all of you for attending patiently with me. I hope my presentation was useful for all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Very
you. Thank you, team.
It was
Join the
great,
main.
Toastmaster Anjali.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Anjali.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Toastmaster
Thank
Anjali. Wonderful
Thank you.
session.
Thank you, Toastmaster
Thank you.
Thank you, highly appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll press the recording.
Now you can share.
Yeah. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome you all to this Sergeant at Arms training. I hope everyone is in. We will be circulating the attendance sheet at the end of the training, so don't worry about attendance. And if you have any doubt, of course, you can raise your hand or you can stop me and you can discuss, no issues. Because this is a training and I would like to keep it more interactive. Okay. So let's begin. My name is Prajwal Dittekuppa. You have heard my introduction, so I will not get into details. So what can you see in this presentation? So majorly, we will discuss about Sergeant at Arms role, Sergeant at Arms responsibility, and Sergeant at Arms resources. What all resources we have in the District 20 and the TI, and how many people can help you. Okay. Moving on, the session's objective is to identify your role as Sergeant at Arms and how you can fulfill your responsibility and the resources that can help you. So before that, I would like to know how many of you are first-time Sergeant at Arms? I'd like to see in the big screen, so I'll just...
Me.
Me also.
I'm first time worked as a Sergeant at Arms.
Okay.
I'm also.
Yeah, maybe raising hand, I would like, maybe,
Raise hand or
It's my first time too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my first time also.
Okay. How many
For
of
me
you
also first
knew,
time.
how many of you are first time in the Toastmasters and you have been assigned this role forcefully? Or somebody said, okay, you are new, you take this role. Okay, maybe less, not much. Okay, well, I would like to inform you all. In 2015, when I joined Toastmasters, I was Sergeant at Arms. I was new in the club. And they told me, yes, you're a new member and you should be to Sergeant at Arms because we are a very old club. One second. And we think you are dynamic, you're energetic, and we feel that, yes, you can be a Sergeant at Arms. Fine, I accepted. And I took that responsibility very, very seriously. Because when I looked at the president, VP education, there is an area director, division director, the district directors, I wanted to be like them one day. And I wanted to start the journey by becoming Sergeant at Arms. Frankly, that motivation, that dedication made me take each and every role in Toastmasters, starting from Sergeant at Arms till the division director role now. So I want all of you to take this role with commitment, with passion, and ensure that you are the best Sergeant at Arms in your club, in your area, or in your division. And one day, I want you all to be the division, area, and the district leaders. Can you all commit to yourself to take this pledge?
Sure.
Well,
Yeah. Yes.
let's move on. So what is about this Sergeant at Arms role? Anybody? Okay, before that, how many of you are having physical club meetings?
I do. I do also.
I do.
Maybe majority are having now physical
Yeah,
meetings?
most of us are this. Yeah.
Okay. So if some of you are having only online meetings, so what I'm going to speak now will look like, what is this guy speaking? Because we'll be speaking more about how to keep the room arranged, materials arranged, the reservation, the arranging the food, all these things. So that's why I just wanted to know before beginning this. So let's move on with the presentation. So in this, we'll be speaking about Sergeant Tom's role in the club meeting, outside the club meeting, and during the executive committee meeting. So 3 parts. Okay. So in the club meeting, before the club meeting starts, what you have to do, upon arrival at the club meeting, what you should do, and during the club meetings, what you should do, we should discuss. So before coming to the meeting, first of all, you should reserve the room. So in my club, I belong to like Indian Club Toastmasters. So we used to call the Indian Club a reception. We used to inform them that, see, on Wednesday evening from 7:30 to 9:30, we'll be having a meeting. So please keep the meeting room ready. So that's what I used to inform them. So maybe you are conducting your meetings in the office or in your school or some separate meeting rooms. So you should inform them like in advance, of course, 1 week advance, 15 days in advance, because most of the meeting rooms are nowadays getting engaged. In the last minute, if you try to get in, it is not available. So please ensure that your meeting room is available. One day it happened in our club. Every member came to the meeting room, but the meeting room key was not available with the sergeant at arms. So he left it home. So every member's time was wasted. Half an hour it took for the person to go back, get the key and open the room. So this situation should not happen. So first of all, we should ensure that the meeting room is available. Ensure, and the next thing is we should ensure that the club supplies are available. In the sense, you need best voter, best table topic, best evaluators, a ribbon we used to give for each and every best speakers. So how many ribbons you have, that you should collect and you should know it. So before you do all these things, because right now you're all the new sergeant at arms. So I want to know how many of you have taken handover from your previous sergeant at arms in your club?
Not me.
It's very, very important. First of all, you should take handover from the previous sergeant at arms. So in that handing over, you should list all the materials available, starting from maybe ribbons, the club banner, if you have the projector, if you have maybe whatever, like laptop, maybe lectern, all the materials, maybe some of the old trophies the club has got. So all these things you should take handover, and you are in charge of that. Nobody should touch those items without your permissions. Even the president, he should take your permission to touch those materials. Without your approval, he should not get those materials. Because I have observed in one of the club president has taken the projector to watch a movie. So in the next meeting, a speaker wanted a projector, and when he was searching in the meeting day, where is the projector? Projector is not available. So these things should not happen. So dear Sergeant at Arms, please ensure you are ready. The club room is, meeting room is ready. The club supplies are available, and you should collect what is required for that next meeting. If you look at the draft agenda, you can check with the speakers. Do you have any specific requirements? Like, do you need projector? Do you need anything else, so that you can arrange in advance? This is one of the primary responsibility before the club meeting starts. So upon arrival in the club meeting, so as soon as you enter, you will see that the chairs are not arranged properly, the tables are not arranged properly. So then you, along with your team, in the sense whoever comes to the meeting room in the beginning, you should arrange the meeting room, table, chairs, everything in order. If you have a tablecloth, you should put it. If you have tissue paper boxes in your cupboard, you should take out and you should keep it. The timing device, you should hand it over to the timer. And you should ensure that the agenda of the meeting, if it is printable form, it is kept on the table. So when the club members and the guest arrives to the meeting, they should see that the meeting room is neat, clean, everything is set in order. I have seen some of the sergeant at arms distributing the voting ballots towards the end. When the general evaluator says that, please, can we vote now? Then he realizes that, okay, voting ballot he has not kept. He will go around the table, he will open the wardrobe, and then he will search, okay, where he kept. Everyone will be waiting. Suppose if there is a guest, he will think what this guy is doing, roaming around in the meeting room. So we should not give such, chances for the guest to think. The guest should feel that, yes, these Toastmasters are fantastic. They organize everything. They arrange everything neat and clean. And they are so meticulous. That is the feeling we should give it to the guest. That's how we can build new teams, new club, and new members. So, Sergeant at Arms, arrange the meeting room early, arrange the tables and chairs, set out meeting room materials and promotional materials. If you have any promotional materials, like we can see in this image, so you have to display it. So if you do not display, obviously nobody will come to know how much material you have in your club. Okay. I still see the hands raised by Prince, Sergeant at Arms SKTM, and Sergeant at Arms Mohammad Latif. Any questions? No questions?
TM Prajwal.
Yeah.
I've been Sergeant at Arms for the past 2 months, but
Okay.
I have done none of the things that you have just mentioned. Because
Exactly.
since it was
That's
from
why-
online, I was just reading the script only.
Exactly. That's why I was asking, like, how many are having physical, how many are having the online meetings? Because in online meeting, what happens is Sergeant at Arms role is very limited. Okay, the agenda is circulated. You get into the meeting. You will just start the meeting in the beginning. Like, okay, you don't even need to say that where is a washroom, anything. It's very simple role. So most of this training is for the physical meeting. How you have to arrange the Sergeant at Arms preparations you have to do. But I would advise, like, to your club also, try to have physical meetings so that you will experience a lot. Because this Toastmaster platform is all about experiencing the fear within you on the stage and coming out of that fear and getting comfortable. So, and as a Sergeant at Arms, you will be the first person to speak on the stage in whether it's like 15 people, 20 or 50 or 100. You will be the first person to speak. So as Sergeant at Arms, maybe in the club level, you will get used to the people's face in first 2-3 meetings. But when you conduct your own big events within the club or maybe some joint meetings, you then at that day, you'll feel that some butterflies within your stomach. So have physical meetings. That is my first advice. And majority in the training material, it is for the physical. Okay. Any other questions so far?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, please.
The question is, a Sergeant at Arms is the one who's going to start the meeting.
Yes.
And he puts the meeting into the right spirit.
Correct.
He brings it up to that level so the
Correct.
others can continue that level.
Correct.
How do you propose to put that particular part in that level? Like, how do we, subject our meeting? Like, do we say something out of the box? Do we talk about Toastmasters? Can you just put a little light on that?
For that purpose, actually, recently I conducted a training for our area 15 about an ideal meeting calendar, the time schedule. Generally, the Sergeant at Arms should not take more than 1 minute. Maximum is, say, 1.5 minutes, and it should never cross more than 2 minutes. So at best, if you think that you have to say more, you can start 1 minute early, but You should not cross 1 minute after the meeting start. So number one, you can begin with the quote, and always as Sergeant at Arms, when you start, your voice should be high, the pitch should be high. That is how you should grab the attention. You know, in the military, they will give command, you know. So the captains or the big leaders in the military, they will give command to say 200 people, 500 people, even the last person will hear his voice. So such voice you should bring into that meeting. Dear fellow Toastmasters and guests, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Can I request your attention? So the moment, even if they're chit-chatting with whatever they're doing, you will grab the attention. Then you can start with a quote. After a quote, they can immediately, you can inform where is the washroom, the facilities, all these things. Then immediately you should invite the president to call the meeting to order. So some of the Sergeant at Arms I have seen, they start with, okay, let us have 1 minute silence. Let us pray something. Let us say, you know, Toastmaster core values. All this is fine, but if it is within 1 minute, if it is more than 1 minute, you are almost taking the president's role and you are trying to grab that opportunity. But no, you have your own authority, but within 1 minute, a small quote, an introduction about like the room, the facilities, and immediately inviting the president. That's how it should be.
So do we have to read the core values also as a part of the curriculum?
Not necessary. It is not compulsory. It's not necessary. You can straight away, like as I said, quote, if possible. Even quote is not compulsory. That's actually an addition. That will give a good impression about you. That's it, as a sergeant.
Yeah, but if I want to start it in a good mood, like if I want people to be, you know, starting I mean, the main thing is first impression is the last impression. So if I want to start the meeting, I will have to put a particular ambience or a particular way that this Toastmaster meeting has started in this way. And then later on, the other person, you know, he carries on and all this. That is irrespective. Important is how to get our people
attention. Yes.
And
Major is the voice and attention.
Yeah. And what is the important thing is, second thing is, how do we get them, or do we discuss what happened in the Toastmasters, like a person joined it and this is what happened? Or do we discuss
No. That will not be by Sergeant at Arms in the beginning. Okay, you can discuss a lot during the break time, or you can utilize that time, but beginning should be as neat, clean as possible. It should be swift. When the guests are in the meeting, they should not feel that somebody like a Sergeant at Arms, he's trying to inform what a president should do it, or a club officer should report. That should not be the feeling you should give it.
So I should not inform them how, when you come here in the Toastmaster, this is the thing that you get. That
No need, because that's the president's privilege. Yeah.
Okay, great.
We should introduce the president and call upon.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
You will be inviting the president. You're not introducing the president.
Just inviting.
Yeah.
Mr. Presenter, can I have a question?
Yeah.
You said mentioning the core values of the Toastmasters is not necessary.
As a Sergeant at Arms.
Why it is not necessary?
Because see, generally the moment, see, as I said, if you can finish it within 1 minute, you can do it. What I said, it's about the timing. So suppose instead of the quote, you want to say about the core values itself, because it's very simple. You want to finish in maybe 10 seconds. You can go ahead with that.
No, when you said not necessary, I'm just asking why it is not necessary.
No, it's about timing, I said. It's about, if you can finish it within 1 minute, including the core values, including the quote, including all the washroom facilities, everything, it's fine.
I believe the Sergeant at Arms role is just to call the meeting to order and then pass over to the president. Just tell them about the
you will not, as a Sergeant at Arms, you will not be calling the meeting to order. It's the president's privilege. President will be calling the meeting to order. You will be only inviting the president to come to the dais to call the meeting to order.
I guess the 1 minute should be for the sake of the attendees at all. I mean that it gives them the sense that they are so keen on saving their time and help them to benefit from each second. That's why it is not necessary to take more time, than just
Okay.
1 minute.
Let's move on. We have more things to discuss. Upon arrival at the club meeting, you need to check whether the room temperature is fine or not. It's pretty easy. And ask the guest to sign the guest book. How many of you are having this guest book registered in your club?
We are having.
No, we don't have.
Before COVID, we have it, but now not.
We
have
that registered. The physical, see, this guest book, collect the details of the guests so you can follow, you can convert them into the new members. This is the most important task. Okay, so let's move on. Welcome the late arrivals. Pardon.
Excuse me, this book is used to be with the before COVID.
In
our club.
Now since COVID is almost gone, so
no, I mean that it wasn't with the Sergeant Arms. It was usually with the VBM. The one who's writing the people's name, and so I guess it's okay, or it should be with the Sergeant Arms.
Okay, fine. Next is coordinating food services. Generally, what happens is we either over order the food, or we forget to order, or we order less. So what I used to do as a sergeant at arms, I used to see, yes, we had 25 members, generally 18 to 20 people used to attend always. I used to say minimum 18 is required. Okay, on the meeting day, in the first 5 minutes, I used to check, okay, how many people attended. Example, say 20 people, or another 2-3 people walked in after 10 minutes. I used to have WhatsApp message with the food supply guy. I used to text him exactly now, look, I need this much for 25 people or 23 people, so that we don't waste the food. And at the same time, our members don't feel that they did not get the food. So ensure that water, this food, all these things are ordered properly, and it should arrive in time. It's not like in the middle of the meeting, you gave 10 minutes break, but the food has not arrived. So please ensure even the guest should feel that, yes, everything is ordered without any disturbance. And it's not like in between the meeting, you run out every time to check whether the food has come, or if you're disturbing the club meeting, it doesn't look nice. So please take care of these things. And collecting the ballots and tally votes when necessary. I have seen there will be one person at the end of the meeting roaming around collecting the ballots, or somebody who was sitting in the corner, they will be just collecting the ballots. It's the sergeant at arms' responsibility to collect the ballot and tally the vote, who has got the highest vote, and he should give that information to the president. So at the end of the meeting, the president will just go see that, yes, this person is the best speaker, best evaluator, best table topic, like that. Okay. And after the club meeting, we should return the room original configuration. So maybe because of the meeting, or maybe because of debate session you had in that day, or maybe you wanted some have some group meetings or groups, maybe 2-3 groups you made. So the chairs, table, everything is rearranged. So at the end of the meeting, you should restore the meeting room to as it is, how it was in the beginning. Okay, it's necessary. Otherwise, maybe you will lose the meeting room for the next meeting. Maybe whoever is the provider, they may think that these people are spoiling it. And there will be water bottles left out, or tissue papers left out, or the food plates left out in the meeting room. So we should inform the club members, please take it out and put it to the dustbin or put to the trash. Okay, this is very important. Outside the club meeting, you should schedule meeting location. Means this is all we discussed till now was for the club meeting inside. Outside, like schedule the meeting location. Suppose if it is for ExCom meeting, or for any special meetings, or generally some of the clubs, they don't have a specific meeting room. Each time they will think, okay, where is it available? Is it free, or can we conduct in some other's house, or like this? So please ensure that meeting room is fixed in advance, at least 10 days in advance. So this will avoid last minute confusions. Okay. Ensure adequate supplies are available. As I said before, the ribbons, maybe club materials, the projector or timing device, all these supplies, it should be available and under your control. And you should attend executive committee meetings. As a sergeant at arms, you should not think that your role is less or something. You are as important as a president. Okay. So here, as core values suggest, everyone's respect, integrity is important. So as a sergeant at arms, you are the most important person, and nobody can treat you less in terms of roles, in terms of position. Okay. Outside the club meeting, you should arrange your replacement or assistance. In the sense, as a sergeant at arms, sometimes in the initial days, you will be very energetic to do this job. After 2-3 meetings, you'll feel that some of the members are coming very nicely at the end of the, even when the meeting is about to start. Suppose if your meeting starts at 7:30, you should come by 7 o'clock, arrange everything so that by 7:15, when members starts coming, the meeting room should look nice. But you can notice that some members are always coming at 7:30 sharp or 7:35. So you may feel that this person is always coming and enjoying the facility which you are doing it. Okay. But you as a sergeant at arms, you should have team of members, in the sense a reception committee, or you 2-3 subcommittee members with you who are ready to help you. Because as a single person, you have to focus on the food arrangement, water, tissue papers, timing device, maybe tablecloths, maybe arranging chairs. You'll be busy. So by then there will be, members coming into the meeting room. You'll be welcoming them, shaking hand with them. So you'll be busy. So that means you need 2-3 members, club members, to help you. So it's always better you have good relationship with your members. When I was new, I did not know that, I did not know anybody, especially in Bahrain. I was new to Bahrain. I was new to the club. I was a new Toastmasters. I was the youngest in the club. So I was reluctant to take help from others. So I used to do most of the work myself. But I realized even the senior most members, who are members from last 25 years, 30 years in our club, they used to help me. They used to arrange everything along with me. So that used to give bigger motivation to me as a sergeant at arms. So you can get help from your club members. And at the same time, towards the end of the journey, like towards the end of the term, you should prepare your successor for the office. You should try to identify who can be the next sergeant at arms, who can make this club grow better. And you as a sergeant at arms, from this position, you can take next positions, like becoming VPPR or VP education, or maybe if you have already fulfilled other roles directly as a president. During the executive committee meetings, the same roles as a sergeant at arms, what you did for the meetings, you will also be doing for the executive committee meeting. Like updating the executive committee and the club meeting space status, where we can meet. Because for the club meeting, you need a larger space. But for the executive committee, you need a smaller space. So because you'll be meeting only 7 people plus maybe immediate past president. So 8 people. If you have some advisors in the club, another 1 or 2 people. So maximum 10 people. Any coffee shop or anywhere you can meet. But identify the space and inform to the ExCom. And work to coordinate meeting space. This is we discussed. Chair the social and reception committee. We used to have this subcommittee for each and every ExCom role. But for the sergeant at arms, it is better to have a reception committee. Instead of calling that as a subcommittee, like when you're absent only, they should not be performing. They should be performing along with you in each and every meeting. So it's better to have a reception committee with you. And then replace items as needed. Of course, maybe the previous ExCom has ordered more ribbons, but after half term, you are running out of the materials. Maybe ribbons are not available. So you should identify what is required for the entire meeting. If you're meeting 2 times in a month, so then 12 months, so 24 meetings will be there. So that means minimum 24 best speaker ribbon, 24 best table topic, best 24 evaluator ribbons are required. So like this, you need to calculate how much material is required, get the approval from the executive committee in that executive committee meeting, and then place the order. So as a sergeant at arms, you need to always ask these questions: how, when, who, and what. So let me explain. How will you fulfill this responsibility? This is number one. To fulfill this responsibility, you should have a checklist. As a sergeant at arms, checklist will help you in the beginning. And then maybe after 2-3 months, you will get used to it. You will know what to do in the beginning of the meeting, in the middle of the meeting, and at the end. Okay. So when will each action be completed? So in the checklist itself, you can identify when it should be completed. And then who is available to help you? Of course, your subcommittee, your reception committee, and the members who are ready to help you. What materials and resources can you use? Of course, your personal experience, TI materials, and always you can depend on your XCOM if you have any doubt. Checklist we discussed. To getting started. So first of all, as a sergeant at arms, you should attend this club officer training. So as a first step, you all have already attended this club officer training. Now you're trying to understand like what is the role of a sergeant at arms, what you should do, how you should do, and who will help you, all these things. The same way, you should check after 3 months. So what I learned in the club officer training and what I'm doing right now. And if you forgot anything, you can always get back to us. You can ask like, is it whatever I've learned, am I doing correct? Or am I missing anything? And how can I improve my performance? And of course, there's District 20 will conduct another training that is after 6 months, that is club officer training number 2. In that again, you can come back and check, yes, what did I miss? Okay. And for each and every club officer, there is a material available. Club officers handbook is available. I think already our District 20 team has circulated this club officers handbook. I, as a Division D director, I have already circulated to my team of area directors these materials. So they must have already circulated to the executive committee members. So if not, you request your area director or the division directors to circulate these materials. Okay, this will help you. Meet with the outgoing executive committee. As I said in the beginning, first of all, you should discuss with the previous sergeant at arms, outgoing sergeant at arms, and check what work he used to do, how he should do. Sometimes the outgoing sergeant at arms, if they are not so keen or if they are not efficient, they'll just say, okay, you do it like this. Or don't worry, you can do it. Or somewhere I feel like the sergeant at arms handing over is bit not so serious. But there will be some senior members, they will question the new sergeant at arms. They will ask, I had purchased during my presidency this projector, or maybe a slide mover, or maybe some extra battery. Where is it? So you will be clueless if you have not taken handover from the previous sergeant at arms. So be very careful with these supplies. So take handover, take the signature from the previous sergeant at arms. If possible, involve the present secretary or the president for the joint signature so that nobody complains to you. Okay. And I'm getting a message that attendance sheet is being circulated in the chat box. You all can mark your presence, fill the Google form for the attendance. Please don't forget to mark the attendance. Okay. And meet with your current executive committee. Of course, as a first step, you should have your executive committee meeting. I know in the first week of July, of course, there were holidays, people are busy, people are traveling. So maybe now this is the first week, like this is the first active week in which you can conduct your first XCOM meeting. If your president has not planned, please request him to have a first ExCom meeting. Discuss your strategies, discuss what is the club supplies required, and definitely that will help you. And introduce yourself to meeting space contacts. Of course, if you need more contacts, you need to discuss with your club members also, where is it available for either free of cost or lesser cost for the meeting. Okay. And ask for volunteers to assist you. As I discussed, you need to discuss with your club members, ExCom members, and your subcommittee to assist you. These are the resources available for you to get more information regarding the Sergeant at Arms role. Please take a screenshot of it. Okay. Any questions? Let's have some more interaction now.
Actually, I'm not getting the Excel sheet because I do not know there's some problem with my chat.
Attendance sheet. No? 1 second. I'll close this presentation view. Let's see the chat box.
I'm not getting anything after 10:30. So I think there's an issue with my side.
It is shared to everyone. Maybe you are logged in from mobile?
No, I'm logged in from the laptop.
Okay. Can you able to see the chat?
I can see the chat, but the last chat is at 10:30. That is from BP Dinesh. There's no self choosing option.
1 second. I will try to recirculate.
Anyway, you can send it to me later, so you can take the question and answers.
Yeah, I circulated once again. Can you see now?
No, I'm not getting it. There is an issue on that side. It's okay. You can
Is it the same problem with everyone else?
I got it now.
Most of them have got it. There is an issue on my side.
Toastmaster Fabian now?
No, I'm completed.
Okay.
I'm doing.
No worries. After the training, we have 10 minutes of time to go through this attendance, because any issues related to attendance we'll be sorting in that time. Can I take, I think Sergeant Arms Prince, he has raised his hand. Should I unmute? You have any question?
No, right now I don't have any question. It was at the time when you are asking for how many of them are the first.
You can lower your hand. Yeah. Any others? You have any doubts, questions? Are you all ready to be the best Sergeant at Arms in the District 20?
What is the format of the guest book? Is it just a name, telephone number, that's it? Or is there any particular format?
It's a simple form, like your name, a club name, contact number. And suppose if you have dual role, like a dual ExCom role, we have provided 4 club names and 4 options, club officer position roles. And if you have missed getting training in another position, we will be sharing this recording.
No, what I meant to do is the guest book. When somebody comes in, the guest book.
Can you be louder? 1 second, I will also increase my volume.
Yeah, the guest book, how do I take? Is there a format by Toastmaster?
No, it's a normal register. In that you will be collecting, okay, meeting number you will be writing on the top, date, and then guest name, details, contact details. The moment you get it, that of course that is for the club record, because suppose you move from this position to the next position next year, and the next Sergeant at Arms or the next secretary or the next ExCom, they want to see how many guests attended last year. They want to contact them to convert them into a probable member. The purpose is at the end to help the club growth by bringing new members. Any other?
Toastmaster Prajwal, yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Now, since this was happening in online for the past 1 year,
okay,
this attendance should be keep a soft copy as Sergeant at Arms?
Yes, please.
And one more question, Prajwal.
Yeah.
Now, you said about the counting of the ballots, right?
Yeah.
Now, offline, we used to give the ballot papers and counting. So can't we continue the same or WhatsApp poll even now during offline pollings? It will be more quicker and accurate also, right? They all will be having their phones with them.
That means like indirectly you're allowing members to open the phone. Generally, the voting happens during general evaluation. They will take the phone and they will start reading all the WhatsApp messages.
No. In our club, they just put the names only. We have only to click the name.
Okay.
I don't do it. It's one of other members are doing.
Yeah.
So we
No,
can
you
continue same, right?
It's up to the club, each club, like how they want to function. But in general, yeah, you can save paper in the indirect.
Yes.
You can do it. But the general procedure, I said, in a physical meeting, it's a sergeant at arms. They should collect the ballot, count it, and give the result to the president.
Okay, thank you.
Any other doubt?
I have one doubt. Actually, we have given a script to start before starting the meeting.
Yes, I think because the time is already finished, it is timing.
All of us got here from various.
Because discussions were still going on.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was such an informative meeting going on, and we got pulled back to the main session.
Okay, I guess it's finished. Yeah, it's
Yeah. We were discussing in the sergeant at arms room also.
All the rooms.
Suddenly I was pulled back.
I guess there was a timer set, and that's why it is just.
Yeah, we all got pulled into the main room.
Because I had this technical
very
issue, but
informative
that's towards the end of it.
Yeah.
This is not a technical glitch, but it was a planned one.
It is not. It is timing. Sorry.
It's timing. Yeah.
PQD, Yasser, PQD,
But at least the trainer would have told, no, there is a message or something that we are going to move.
It was there, but maybe because the discussion was very hot, you don't see the message. Sorry.
Trainer themselves doesn't know.
Yeah, it was Can you please give us 10 more minutes so that we can just finish with the discussions?
Yeah, can we all move up to the breakout room?
Did not submit
attendance. We all have to respect the time.
Some data sheet for them to monitor their.
No. Better to respect the time. Don't get into unnecessary discussion. That's what happens. I noticed in some groups.
There was an intimation already in the top saying that the meeting will close in another
It's
few
okay.
seconds.
It's okay. Now let's think what we can do now. Is there anything we need to do, or we can exit the meeting?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
No, do we need to do something more, or can we?
Have you marked the attendance? If you have
I
marked
could not fill up the attendance form. I don't
Okay,
know
no
why.
problem. Dr. Aisha, you can still do it.
Yes.
Where?
We did not get any intimation, PQD.
The attendance sheet is in the chat box.
Yes, intimations. Sorry.
It was in the chat box.
And
We are already done.
it is here in the chat room. I sent it again. You can go through it, or I can send it through WhatsApp or anything you want. If you want,
can fill it up for me.
Dr. Aisha, we can discuss this one. I will help you in that. No issue.
Yes, thank you.
If you want, we can still open the room for another 10 minutes. IT, can we
Yes.
open the room again for another 10 minutes? If people want to be there, no problem.
Welcome back. That was unexpected. That was unexpected move.
It's okay.
Yeah. We were discussing something. There was.
It's okay. No problem.
There was a question from somebody.
Yeah, I was asking.
Yeah.
Actually, we are given a script now before starting the meeting. So
Correct.
we have to memorize it or we can read it.
Of course, in the beginning, it's not easy to remember everything. You can read it. After 1 or 2 meetings, you will come to know, like, okay, the same things you will be repeating, like where is washroom, the introduction of the president also, you can by heart by then. So you will get used to it.
In our meetings, core values also, they used to say core values also. So in 1 minute.
Yeah. You can see core values only 4. Okay.
Yeah.
So easily you can finish it. And quotes, of course, each meeting maybe it will differ. At the end of the day, as Sergeant at Arms try to grab that attention, irrespective whether your president is capable to get that attention or not during your 3-4 minutes of his speech. But you as a Sergeant Arms, you can set the meeting tone. Grab that attention, use that opportunity. You are the first person, you are the face of the meeting, first person in the meeting. So always be energetic. That's how you can set, the best standard for Sergeant at Arms.
Okay, thank you.
So any questions, clarifications, anybody?
I have a quick question. How important to repeat the mission in every meeting?
I would say it's up to the club, each club. Generally, we never used to repeat any club mission or anything.
Okay.
It's up to the club. If you are practicing that, you can continue to practice. If you want to leave it, it's up to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more
Doing
doubts?
fine.
Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to fill up the Excel form.
Yeah.
So I logged into my mobile, but I'm still on the laptop.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I put this on. Okay, I filled up my Excel form.
Okay. Okay. And you will all be receiving a feedback form regarding the training. Maybe our IT team will send it directly to you all through email. Please fill the feedback form. Okay. Maybe somebody is asking, what is that Excel form? Toastmaster Fabian.
No, I filled it. I actually went to the mobile. I logged into the mobile, and on this it was sent on the main room.
He was referring to the attendance sheet.
Yeah, I filled it. I filled it up. I filled it through my mobile. My laptop.
Somebody was asking in general, like, what is that Excel form? So it is related to the attendance event.
But attendance is in the web portal itself, right? Just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
registration.
Google form. Attendance is in the Google form. Yeah.
It is in those who have already registered, but actually most of the people who are registered have not come. That is why
we circulated a new attendance sheet separately for the training session.
All right, thank you. Done.
If no more questions, I wish you all the best for the new Sergeant at Arms. Excel in your role. Don't think your role is less than President. Take control of the meeting. Don't allow anyone to take the club materials without your permission. Okay. Have successful year. Have successful club XCOM role. And all the best to you all. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. This is very valuable.
One question.
Very useful.
Yes, please.
How do I attend the?
Thank you so much. That was a great session. I learned a lot from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Toastmaster Fabian has
Well explanations.
Yeah. Toastmaster Fabian, yes, please.
I attend the executive meeting. You said this thing, so I was just wondering, how do I attend the executive meeting, or how do I get updated?
Executive committee meeting.
Yeah.
That is your club executive committee meeting.
Okay. It's not the XCOM meeting. I thought
No.
it is something outside the club.
No. This is your club executive committee meeting. Your president should call for that meeting.
Oh, I understand. Okay, great. I got it. Anyway, thanks a million. You have given us a very good information, and I've learned a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Toastmaster
Thank you.
Mohammed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very useful. I really learned lots. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your inputs, Mr. Prajur. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Thank
you.
Yeah, maybe
Thank you very much for the
maybe we
wonderful
all can go back to the main
Thank you
room
very much.
if you're comfortable. Maybe I don't know what is being discussed in the main room now. You can
Yeah,
stay-
they're calling us back to the main room. They say the time is up.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
time for prayer.
So no issues with attendance to anyone, right? Everyone filled.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's all go back to the main room. Bye-bye. Take care.
all register. Okay, welcome back all. Division D directors, all okay?
All okay. We finished our Sergeant at Arms presentation.
Say it again, Division D.
Yeah, we finished Sergeant at Arms presentation training.
Okay. Yes, brother Khalid Jalal, tell me, boss.
Thank you, brother PQD, DTM Yasir, and DDD Toastmaster Prajwal for this lovely organization. Really enjoyed the training, I must say that. Small question, will we get the recording of the trainings, all the sessions?
Yes. We'll keep it and we'll split it as per each segment, and we will upload them in the YouTube of District 20 as soon as we can.
We'll be notified that when it is uploaded.
Inshallah,
Yes.
we will.
Yes, DTM Khalid Jalal, we will send the link. PRM will do that.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Toastmaster. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you.
No worries.
Thanks. Okay, it's prayer time, so I must leave. Goodbye,
Yes,
everyone.
Yes, all the best.
Thank
Thank you, people. And if anybody have anything or any question, he don't fill the form or something, please let us know. At least we will know you are there and to make sure everything is clear.
If anyone has any issues with attendance or anything, please get back to us now.
And PQD, we have already broadcasted the message. I think you can close the rooms. Already the
Yes,
time
yes.
has been given.
Yeah, already because of prayer time. All okay. Anybody have anything? You register.
Yes, thank you very much for this session.
Thank you for all training and for all division director for a great job. Well done.
Yes.
It's good. We have our division director as the trainers. Well done.
It was a first of its type, I think. So many members attending.
Yes. We reached around 400 with multiple rows. So
We are back
But-
to the main room.
Yeah, we're all back.
yes, welcome back.
Okay,
One
we are
last
joining.
time. Thank you, everybody. You can take over.
We came back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything, any issue?
Why you
Otherwise,
go?
can-
You want to sit
can
there
leave.
only?
Very much PQD for that 10 minutes time.
No, I
Yeah.
think. I think.
Can we continue
Toastmaster-
further?
There was a grace period.
Yes.
Toastmaster
You can.
We could. I
Okay,
just
can you,
wanted.
excuse me, can you we control
Thank you
it a
for
bit?
that.
If
Amazing.
anybody want to talk, just raise his hand. It is better. At least we will control it.
Yeah, PQD Yasser.
Yes, 1 minute. Munira, we'll start with Munira. Munira, she raise your hand. Okay, Munira.
Hello, good morning, everyone. The team
Hi,
Yasser, how
Munira.
can I register? I'm not sure if I register or not.
Okay, we
If
will
I
share
got
the
my
link
email.
again in the chat.
Yes.
We'll share the link in the chat now, the main room. Go to the chat and register again.
Thank you.
Yes, Sadiq Ali. Yeah, you are muted. Okay, you are unmuted, please.
Yeah, PQM Yasser and the entire team. This was amazingly very well done meeting presentation. I never seen such a wonderful gathering and such a huge numbers. I really say kudos to the entire team and the leaders who is going to prosper in the District 20. And before I close, Toastmaster Killer had one question to Dahlia that was very valid question. If he can come back and we can answer him, that was very important question he was raising. And thank you very much for this Friday time. Then Adhan is going on. We are still
Yes.
here. Let's finish it up and goodbye and see you all very soon.
Thank
Let's
you
go
all.
with the killer question.
Yes, thank you, Sadat. For that one, the people who want to leave, they can leave. Yes, Toastmaster Killer, you are in the DTM Killer. Yes, unmuted. Go ahead. You are,
Yeah,
okay.
he's unmuted.
Yes, good morning, leaders. Great to see all of you. Yes,
Of course, I support Sadiq Ali, as he said, it was one of the best show I have ever seen recently. Kudos to Toastmaster Saiju Sam and the event chair. Also, the organizing committee, Division D Director Prejwal. Yes, my short question was, if an ExCom member underperforming or not even attending the club meetings, and the club decided to remove him from the ExCom, and what is the procedure? And if there is a member resigns from the ExCom, and we have only 1 month left, and there are more than one member who would like to participate as the leader or to take this position, how can we manage it? Do we need to conduct a new election for that 1 month period? So these are two small questions to Presenter, Toastmaster Dalia.
Yes, Dalia, where is
Yes.
Dalia?
Yes, I am here. So the first
Yeah.
question was about removing I've actually never had that situation happen to me. So if someone can help me with that, how do we remove people? Do we remove people?
Okay. Okay. Morley, you want to say something? Our
Yeah,
international
I
director
wanted to
is here.
say, but
I want
let our ID say.
Morley is if ID here, nobody can raise his hand. Our ID is here. DTM Ali Shahbaz. Yes, go ahead, brother. You are unmuted, brother.
Dear District PQD and DTM killer, or people who have this in their mind, yes, there is a removal process. It's there in the club leadership handbook and in the governing documents. Any officer who is not performing, the club ExCom, the club president can, of course, try to solve it personally, talking to the, that's not mentioned in the book, but let's not go directly to removal. After talking, if it doesn't work, yes, there is a removal process where the ExCom can vote the person, the ExCom officer who's not performing, the ExCom can vote the person out. And then it has to be announced the club membership. So that is for the removal process. Hope I answered the question. PQD?
Yes,
Yes. Killer, anything you want to add, or clear?
Yes, thank you, ID. It was self-explanatory, but you said to follow the governing documents. We have a great doubt on these governing documents. We still have to go to Toastmaster International to get the clarification, or just go through the governing document, which is more authentic. Because we have a recent experience, the governing documents was not followed, and leaders were approaching directly to the international, Toastmaster International, and getting informations and updates. So should we straight follow the governing document in such kind of incidents, or we have to also approach every now and then the Toastmaster International to get the correct guidance? Which one supersedes and which one? Question is to ID now.
DTM killer, the governing documents are very clear. Only if we feel that there is a doubt, to avoid any unfairness, then of course Toastmasters International is there to help, to guide. But on this subject where club officers are concerned, the club constitution is quite clear, because I personally went through this process back in 2005 and 2006, where we unfortunately had to remove a club officer. So it was quite clear, but to avoid any kind of doubts, the doors of Toastmasters International is always open to consult them.
Thank you, Toastmaster, our international director, for a great answer. I know this debate can go for more. We hope that We will not remove any Toastmaster. We want to add a Toastmaster to our clubs. No removing. We can discuss and yes, ID or raise your hand, or it's okay. So thank you all. It is prayer time. Thanks for all. It is amazing. Thank you, Division Director, DDD, and event chair, Saju, and all the organizing teams for a great job. Well done. We never have this attendance in the first coach from early morning. All the best. God bless you. And thank you all.
Thank you, ID. Thank you,
PQD.
PQD.
Yeah.
I would just like to give a moment to our event chair to formally adjourn the meeting.
Yes, sorry for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, Toastmaster Ritu. I hereby adjourn the District 20 Club Officers Training Season 1, and Season 2 will be happening towards the end of this year or in the next year, January, which will be communicated to you later. Thank you.
Arabic session is tomorrow.
We will plan also for mock-up quote in August. Inshallah, by August, we will work with one of the division director to have a mock-up quote. So don't worry. The main thing that we had amazing training. Thank you, Division D, for a great job. I need to hear something from you before we close.
First of all, I'm thankful to our PQD, our sweetest brother, DTM Yasir Al-Kashar, for the opportunity. Unfortunately, because of holidays, by starting from almost 25th, 26th of June, myself, like I was very busy. Many people were traveling. They were actually inducting the new ExCom team. All the area directors were busy. We had to start the preparation for this only by 7th of July. So with a very short time, I was actually lucky that I found Toastmaster Saiju as an event chair. It was suggested by our DTM Sunitha, our Area 15 director, his name. So finally, like we all came together, we made this strong team. Everyone worked very hard. Like yesterday, I see our event chair, he was awake till 1:30. Again, morning, he was ready with full sharp beard and smile. And definitely, of course, that technical glitch was unexpected. I explained the Sergeant at Arms room, what was the glitch. One of the member, he renamed himself as PQD District 20 and he was made host and he logged out. So that cost us 30 minutes of time. That was an unfortunate event. But anyway, now I believe everyone were benefited from this training. Each trainer gave their best, I believe. If you still have any doubt, please get back to us. We are here to help you all. We are here to guide you. Like I'm very thankful to our ID, International Director, for coming and helping us also with these questions and doubts. And our organizing team has done fantastic job for the English session. Let's see you all tomorrow for the Arabic session starting at 3:15. Thank you. Back to you, PQD.
PQD, I have a small.
Yeah.
Yes, Morley. Sorry, you are muted.
I have a small request. If the IT people can do a small setting and allow the chat to be saved, we can save it here itself rather than waiting for you. Everyone who wants it can save, because there are some links which are useful.
Inshallah, we will consider that and we will do our best.
If you allow us now, we can save the chat.
No,
Yes, save the chat.
He can, Yasser, he can save the links. This is my recommendation. Just save the chat from the Zoom and you can circulate it through the ExCom group to all the members.
No problem.
So
Okay.
because
Chair,
many-
please save the
many
chat.
things happen in the chat, many messages there. I don't think that you want to save all of this, just the valuable messages like links on the, I think it would be.
Yes, Didi.
Yes, congratulations, Toastmaster DTM Yasser and Division D Director, Event Chair, Sijo, and all the leaders here. Congratulations. And yes, today we are as a family, we've done it with love, with care, and with passion. So thank you. And by this, I believe that we can continue our term.
I must thank actually the backbone of the event, like the PR team and the IT team, because for all the PRs, like generally when we look for PR, there will be very limited resource. There will be very limited people who will be coming forward to accept the role. Toastmaster Sumesh, despite his busy schedule, he has accepted. He has done the majority of the PR job. Thanks to him, great work. And along with him, he had subcommittee, Toastmaster Shilpi, Toastmaster Sujata, and of course, supported by our Toastmaster Vishal, Toastmaster Zainab, the fantastic team. And the IT team, like, see, we were struggling to get IT head because majority of the members who are active members were on vacation. So we had Toastmaster Rusby doing a fantastic job with her team. So we must appreciate them.
Division D Director, I would love to have from your side points to recommendation after this session, what you face. And so this is the way that we are going to develop ourselves and get over the things that you went through.
Okay.
So if you can just state it in the points and share it with us,
Okay.
it will be lovely so that we can
Sure. I will send it.
avoid this in the future time.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I think we need to leave for the prayer. It is خلاص.
Yes.
Happy prayers.
So thank you all. and all the best. Take care.
Thank you everyone. Bye-bye. Take care.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.